2, 1.
Okay. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I will call the October 13th, October 13th, 2022 meeting of the Cannabis Commission Control to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meetings. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from the commissioners, approval of 4 sets of minutes, and a report from the executive director. I anticipate taking a break once this report is finished. Then we'll proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 4 change of ownership application recommendations, 18 provisional license recommendations, 13 final license recommendations, and 105 license renewal recommendations. I then anticipate taking a lunch break. For the latter portion of today's meeting, there is 1 item in the commission discussion and vote section, which is the commission's fifth annual activities report. I'm going to ask the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting to raise their hand to be recognized. So just, with this comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments and updates. We're going to go in order. I'll give my comments last and ask Commissioner Camargo to please go first.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning. Good morning, commissioners. It's good to see you all. I'll start my comments by offering my deepest condolences to Lorna McMurray's family, her friends, those who worked with her, and knew Lorna. What happened on January 4th of this year was sad, it was tragic, and it was unfortunate. This is serious. I know we have an open investigation into the incident at True Leaf and Holyoke, but it's also a reminder to the industry, to us at the CCC and the employees working in this sector. Employee safety and public health is crucial everywhere, but of course, in a heavy compliance industry like the cannabis industry, we all know this. There's a lot going on in the cannabis industry right now as it relates to the new law. We just heard from Governor Baker, Attorney General Maura Healey, and our State Treasurer, Deb Goldberg, that they're now seeking applications for the Cannabis Social Advisory Board. So that's a really big deal. We're finally almost here. The Social Equity Advisory Board will consult with the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, which we call HOHED, as they administer the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund. This is a big deal. So again, congratulations to everyone who worked on this. It's taken, a couple of years, but we're here. But of course, we have to create it, administer it, and then dispense funds sooner rather than later. We all know that many of our entrepreneurs who are sitting in the queue right now, this could be a life change moment for them. And others, of course, will benefit from this fund tremendously. The Social Equity Advisory Board members must be from or have experience advocating for disproportionately impacted communities. The law requires the governor, the treasurer, and the attorney general to appoint 5 members to the Social Equity Advisory Board, similar to us. And like I've said in the past, there's a lot at stake with this new law, the time frame, and now the appointees of this board. It is a volunteer board that will provide guidance on the creation, the policies, the procedures, and bring insightful perspective to those at the agency. These positions are important, even though they're volunteer seats, and I know folks won't get paid for this, but they're very key. And those appointed can make or break this trust fund. This is what the industry has been waiting for. This is what folks have been advocating for, and this is what this industry needs as well. It sounds very dramatic, but I'm serious. I encourage all those who have experience to apply. For others, spread the word, share it. As someone personally who spent their career advocating for people and creating access and opportunities for disadvantaged communities, this is a great opportunity to serve and to help Massachusetts catch up when it comes to equity in an equity fund, right? So the applications, I believe, are due no later than November 1st, and the Office of the Treasurer is collecting applications. I'm sure it's either on her website, I'm sure we'll have maybe some kind of communication, and I'm sure it'll be on social media somewhere. But if you're listening and you have folks that you think may be interested, please let folks know these positions, including our roles as commissioners. At times, folks don't know what the process is, how to get here, how to apply. So I say the same thing with this position. It's key, it's volunteer, and we really need folks that understand the industry to be able to be part of this board and start getting some of those funds out to the street. So I also want to say thank you to our renewal team. They keep us on track when it comes to our positive impact plans and our equity mandate. Annie, Sarah, Jamie, thank you so much. And of course, to our overall team, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. First, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I think before I get into anything, I also want to extend my condolences to Lorna's family, friends and loved ones. I will not go in depth about that just because we do have some things going in terms of investigations, but we take that very seriously, and I think we will be able to provide more information as things come along. But I will be brief this morning. I will hit on only really 2 points because I know we have a lot to go through. There are some things on the agenda that I think has increased the level of engagement. So first, last month at our last public meeting, I mentioned that the executive director and I participated in the 3rd annual PBC conference in Washington, D.C. And as I believe he mentioned last month, the conference was created in order to join the private sector and government agencies in order to solve banking, payments, and compliance challenges in the cannabis industry. And in that same vein, I wanted to relay that we here at the Cannabis Control Commission, we're currently working on building a list and a central repository of financial institutions that are engaged in the cannabis industry. Specifically, Commissioner Stebbins and myself, with the tremendous effort and help of our amazing executive assistant, Kate Flanagan. So I'm encouraging any cannabis bankers who may be out there who have not already connected with us to do so through Kate in order to be a part of this process and the conversation that we are building. And second and lastly, this is major at this point. I know that we are all aware of President Biden's historic directive that pardoned all prior federal offenses of simple marijuana possession and calling on state governors to do the same. And I've spoken at length in the past about my work here in the legislature to create statutory expungement and to reduce the ceiling and expungement windows for people with certain offenses. And also about the impact of a criminal record long after cases end and time is served. And this agency is now in the process of reviewing our existing regulations. So I just wanted to relay and reiterate that I'm specifically focused on evaluating how we may be perpetuating, excuse my stumble, how we may be perpetuating collateral consequences of the voters' intentions when question 4 was passed. There's still a lot of work to do. And I often say this because there's always a lot. We're building something that is impactful, that is relatively new in the regulatory scheme of things, but that has surpassed expectations in terms of growth. And we're continuing to build, and the future looks promising thanks to, the different changes that are now happening at all levels of government. So I just wanted to relay my enthusiasm, and again, encourage participation from the public and throughout our processes here at the Cannabis Control Commission. And with that, I will pass it along.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to today's meeting, which on our agenda includes 5 social equity program participants, a minority-owned, economic empowerment applicant, and woman-owned business, all up for provisional approval by the Commission. As the first in the nation to incorporate a social equity mandate in the adult use legal cannabis industry, today's license approvals demonstrate we continue to make progress, while also being mindful of the need to do more. In that vein, today, we will also hear on a more granular level about the upcoming regulatory review and drafting process, as we interpret S 3096, an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry, from legislation into regulation. This will directly impact our ability as a commission to not only maintain but expand our mandate to provide for robust participation in the legal cannabis marketplace from communities disproportionately impacted by previous cannabis prohibition and enforcement. I know we are all eager to roll up our sleeves and tackle these incredibly important issues before the commission. With the president's recent announcement around federal pardons for simple marijuana possession, it is also important that we continue to stay focused at the local level around increased access to expungement and the expunging of criminal records for Massachusetts residents with prior convictions, and for the commission to continue to work with fellow government agencies to help bring opportunities and awareness around this life-impacting issue. I want to thank Commissioner Concepcion for her extraordinary lead on this issue. Lastly, I want to take this moment to commend the entire commission staff. For those that do not know, our public meeting books, if you include all the SOPs and related documents, are comprised of thousands of pages of information. In a meeting with the head of licensing yesterday, Kyle Potvin, I expressed my awe and gratitude that our meeting books were turned around by staff in a short 3.5-week time window to prepare the commissioners for meeting. I was then informed by Kyle, our meeting books are actually turned around by commission staff in an even shorter 2-week period of time. An incredible feat, which is a testament to their extraordinary hard work, commitment, and fortitude. An amazing accomplishment completed each month, and I thought highly worthy of mentioning. My sincerest thanks to all. Thank you, Madam Chair, and my fellow commissioners for my time today.
Thanks, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, one of the benefits of going second to last is I can usually just say ditto, but I just want to express my great appreciation for my colleagues, all the points they've raised. Obviously, our condolences to Lorna and her friends and family and co-workers, but greatly appreciate the passion, the hard work, and the commitment that all my colleagues bring, and I think it's all reflected in everybody's opening comments. I just want to add my thanks to our great team, and as Commissioner Camargo pointed out, our renewal team, as we call them, Annie, Sarah, and Jamie, for their good work. I also want to just mention the opportunity I had to attend a couple of events since our last meeting. Went to the opening of Commonwealth Alternative Care's new medical dispensary in Cambridge. Then I had the chance to stop into Yamba Market in Cambridge and meet their team as well. Commissioner Roy and I also had the opportunity to meet with some of the couriers for My Green Package and observe some of their work and process as they organize their day to deliver product, in this case from our friends Netta and Brookline. Always appreciate the chance to visit our licensees and learn more about their operations up front and in person. And again, as Commissioner Camargo pointed out, great opportunity for folks to get involved with the creation and the programmatic outline for the Social Equity Fund. As Commissioner Roy pointed out, a number of SEP, EE, and DBE applicants this month. We want to see them get over the finish line, and this fund is going to help them do that. But obviously, they're still early on in the provisional phase, but it speaks to the need and the urgency for that fund to be stood up in the input of this advisory team to give that program some guidance. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner Stebbins. And I also want to add my condolences to Lorna's family and friends. I want to begin by, acknowledging, first of all, my thanks to the staff and commissioners, but also to Treasurer Deb Goldberg, who did appoint me to this position. She's been a leader on economic empowerment and promoting new opportunities for all citizens in Massachusetts. And because she is particularly interested in closing the racial wealth gap in Massachusetts, she created a task force looking at the issue of baby bonds. She asked me to chair that for her. And what that is investing in children born into poverty to provide them with a meaningful asset that will help narrow the wealth gap as they become young adults. This will be used for education, training, a potential down payment on a house. So I want to acknowledge her work on that, because they hopefully will be, submitting legislation in the near future. And I believe that all of us who care about greater economic opportunities for persons in Massachusetts will be pleased with the work that she's doing on that. Again, I'm eager to work with the commission, my fellow commissioners, the staff, and the stakeholders to move forward to see what additional we can do to provide greater opportunities for equity applicants in Massachusetts. And again, in particular, thank you to the staff, Paul and the persons in tech. I am the least able person to run a computer, and they have been helping me through my panic attacks for the last 3 weeks. So I want to give a particular shout out to the staff that have been patient with me as I try to figure out how to manage laptops and screens. With that, the next item on the agenda is the approval of 4 sets of minutes, 3 from the open portion of the August 5th, September 13th, and September 22nd meetings, and minutes from the August 11th, 2022 meeting. First, I'll start by asking commissioners for a motion to approve the open portion of the August 5th, 2022 public meeting. And if I can, just to make things go easier, and again, because I'm sort of learning how to do this remotely so I don't waste time with awkward pauses, I hope that the commissioners will indulge me. I will ask particular commissioners for a motion and a second, and I think Commissioner Camargo was sort of recommending that to me previously. So I hope that with your indulgence, we can do that and maybe move things along. So I will request a motion to approve the open portion of the August 5th, 2022 public meeting minutes from Commissioner Camargo.
So moved.
Do I hear a second from Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, and/or edits to the minutes? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
I will abstain from this vote as I was not in attendance in the meeting. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 4 in favor and the chair abstaining. Next, I will ask the commissioners for a motion to approve the August 11, 2022 public meeting minutes. Commissioner Roy, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, and/or edits to the minutes? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take the roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair abstains. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 4 in favor and the chair abstaining. Next, I'll ask the commissioners for a motion to approve the open portion of the September 13th, 2022 public meetings. Commissioner Margot, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I have a second?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, and/or edits to the minutes? Hearing none, on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Next, I'll ask the commissioners for a motion to approve the open portion of the September 22nd, 2022 public meetings. Commissioner Roy, do I have a motion?
Sorry, I was coughing. So moved.
You got to raise your hand when you're choking and I'll skip you. Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, and/or edits to the minutes? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Next, I'll turn things over to the executive director, Sean Collins for his regular update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to see you all again. I will begin, as I always do, with some data that hopefully highlights a bit of our activity and our workload here at the agency. As I have in the past as well, I'll bring some information forward from month to month that I may not cover in a kind of a regular way, but instead just want to highlight periodically. First, to demonstrate that we do keep track of this information, but also add some commentary as to what it tells me, what I'm looking at, and hopefully, again, attempting to illuminate some of the work that we're doing and also some of the forecasting that we might be trying as well. So very, very high level here. You see that there's 7 applications that are awaiting their first review. This is on par. We're getting to applications for that initial review within a matter of business days. Folks may recall that the earliest days of this agency, that number, the volume would be much higher and that wait would be much longer, but really a credit to our team and our continued growth and processes that we're able to get to those right away. There's 17 applications before you today for your consideration. 40 applications are awaiting a supplemental review. Just so folks are clear, that's an application that we've already reviewed once. Perhaps we've reviewed it twice, and it's now back before us. We, for one reason or another, have reopened that application and sought additional information. So there's really 2 different queues that we would be managing. That first application review is we've never looked at it before, it's never been submitted prior, and it's really a first review. The one thing we look at there first as well is to classify that application. Is it a prioritized application because it's an MTC priority or an economic empowerment? Is it expedited because it falls into one of the license categories, SEP participant, outdoor grow, ITL, etc., or is it a general applicant? So that classification occurs upon that first review. Those 40 applications for supplemental review again, may have been reopened once, requiring some clarification on a positive impact plan, diversity plan, some lease clarification. And just to be clear, we review every application in its entirety before issuing an RFI. It's not as if we hit something and say, oh, this has to be reopened, let's fire it back to them. We review it in its entirety and try to provide the applicant a complete request for information to make sure that once it's resubmitted, we can review it again in its entirety. And then lastly, you see here the 4th bullet is that there's 96,471 certified active patients. That is the volume of medical patients in the system today that have a registration card and are active in the medical system. So again, I'll get to some more information later that illuminates this even further, but that's really the high level information for this morning. Similar with a pretty high level overview, this is your total applications that have been approved by this agency. So you see the grand total is 1,357, but above that is a breakdown of where those statuses are. So pre-certified and delivery endorsement, those are an administrative process. I've always described pre-certification. Right now it's available for delivery licenses, so operator and courier. It's also a process that's contemplated for social consumption. That's an administrative process that really equates to a pre-approval for a mortgage. It's based on disclosures. There's no cost to an applicant, and we organize and manage that as an internal process. It is not a license. It is really that kind of you are likely to get a license based on the disclosures that have been made. You don't have to have a location or a property in mind just yet. So again, it's an opportunity for someone to make disclosures and hopefully get some momentum that they can then start to shop around and say, I have a propensity to be licensed. So maybe that helps me secure some investment. It may help me secure a location. I can go to a city or town and demonstrate that according to the Cannabis Control Commission, I'm pre-certified. There's 182 that you see have gone through that process. 145 licenses have been provisionally approved. 528 are provisionally licensed. The only distinction there is the payment of the license fee itself. So once the commission votes in favor of a license, we do send out a notice asking for that license fee payment. Once someone actually makes that payment, we do issue the license itself. Final license is also a separate vote from the agency. There's 55 there. That's really, we've looked at the facility. We've laid eyes on that location. They've gone through architectural review and all other things. And their SOPs have actually squared with their physical location. And they're one step closer to opening their doors. And of course, 447 have in fact commenced their operations. I put as an asterisk on the right-hand side here, that's 147 more than there were this time last year. So I realized I kind of identified that distinction because I realized just saying plus 147 could in fact be confusing. So I wanted to just clarify that's year over year, not month over month. appears as though Commissioner Roy may have a question or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Is there a way to parse out that first line? So we have 7 micro businesses, I believe, that have commenced ops. So operator versus courier versus micro business. Is there a way to like delineate, or is it, so it doesn't look like there's like 182 micro businesses?
I can assure you there are not 182 micro businesses.
Right.
I would say, and I can discuss the heavy data slide later, provides some granular detail on that. It is less than a handful that would qualify, because bear in mind as well, you do not need to be an SEP applicant or EEA applicant to be a micro business, but to secure that delivery endorsement, you do. So it's really a twofold test: micro business license type combined with that status as SEP or EEA. So it's still exclusively available, that is, the micro business delivery endorsement. So it would be a subset further of micro businesses that would even qualify.
I see. Thank you.
Sure. I don't see any other questions or comments, so I'll advance here. This slide is relatively evergreen as well. We do update it on a monthly basis. It's an important one. It really tracks what I would say is our progress toward our equity mission. I highlight the middle row here, or the middle 2 rows here for your information or edification. I've always said we want folks to advance downward in this slide. So from top to bottom, you'll see therefore that there's the right-hand side column, the total, is all licenses. That's not just economic empowerment, social equity, or DBE. That's all licenses. And then each column to the left of it is the economic empowerment, social equity program, and DBE status. So the totals, that bottom row, 7% of total is 98 represents 7% of the 1,357. 253 SEP licenses represent, again, 18.6 of the percentage of total. The bottom kind of a larger text is the percent increase year over year of each of those status. So you see there's 1.3% more this year in October than there were last year in October. The reason I highlighted those 2 middle rows for you, though, is that's where money comes in. That's where investment comes in, and the ability of people to actually open their doors and build out their facilities. And so as we want to advance people downward, you see folks are in that provisional approval, provisional license, and pre-certification phase. Our objective, obviously, is to make our application approachable, to make our ability to apply for a license approachable. Still in this phase, folks are holding property. They've identified a location, but they've not yet, and for one reason or another, finished their construction or their build out of that facility. So we've not yet laid eyes on and done an inspection inside those facilities, excuse me. So I wanted to call your attention to it as something that I obviously continue to monitor. I'm sure that you do as well, but we do want to see folks advance. So commence operations, you see there's 17 economic empowerment, 24 social equity program, and 45 DBE. And also on the DBE side, we do require folks to begin the process with the Supplier Diversity Office to identify as women, minority, or veteran-owned businesses. But I don't want to inflate that number, really making sure that we just continue to monitor this slide, excuse me. But again, really looking with a critical eye as to where folks are in that process. So that's why I tried to kind of call your attention to it today, as I have in the past, but I thought I could do more in that vein, so.
Sean, excuse me, I have a quick question. Can you explain for me, and again, as we know, I'm still sort of learning some of the functioning and terminology. Can you give me a little bit greater understanding of the Supplier Diversity Office and how that functions?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's a little awkward from a sequence standpoint. So the Supplier Diversity Office, they are the certifying agency that would certify a business as a women, minority, or veteran-owned business in the Commonwealth. They most often do that, though, for purposes of procuring state contracts. So if the Commonwealth needs to procure supplies for something, if we are looking for a vendor for something, they are kind of in that posture and position of actually building out statewide contracts. But because they have that expertise of actually examining businesses to determine, is this truly a women-owned business, a veteran-owned business, or minority-owned business, they are therefore best equipped. And they've been really valuable partners to us. But they also won't certify a business until you're operational. So it's a bit of chicken or egg for us in that in certifying a business, you have to be operational. In order to be identified as a DBE for us, you've got to apply for a license, therefore you're not operational. So the way we've worked out a system is they have classes that begin that process. And so we ask folks to begin that process and take those classes. And then obviously throughout the licensing process, continue to engage them. But we offer fee waivers and fee reductions for things, but that supplier diversity office is really leveraging their existing expertise without having to build it out ourselves. So that's why I describe them as being a really big and valuable partner to us. And I also credit to our staff. We've actually gone to some of their programming and taught courses for folks for them. So it's been a good, I describe it as a partnership. But the awkwardness is that they typically stand in the posture of state procurement, and they've really modified or evolved to help us with just really evaluating those businesses. So I hope that answers your question.
I did. I actually participated in one of those trainings myself a couple of years ago, and I found it, very helpful. But, I'd like to dig into that a little bit more about, how we both coordinate with them, but also potentially with other partners where we not only can help people qualify, for this status, but also how do we sort of bring people into the process? And I've already reached out to my fellow commissioners who've been leading on this issue, but I would like to have an opportunity to learn a little bit more. So thanks for that explanation.
Of course, look forward to talking further. Thank you, Haley. So moving along, this is that dense slide that I was talking about. So I guess, Commissioner Roy, to get to your question, you see that there's one that has commenced their operations for the micro business with a delivery endorsement. 2 have been pre-certified. So that's where like I said, it's less than a handful that would actually qualify. As far as the pre-certification for marijuana courier, you see that there's 93 that have been endorsed and 87 for delivery operator. We have a few more applications that we continue to work through on a regular basis. Those applications would enjoy the status of being either expedited or prioritized based on their status. On the right-hand side column, just kind of going in order here, see that there's 9 marijuana couriers that have commenced their operations. The +5, +31, +4, that too is year over year. Just a bit I didn't have the space on the slide to kind of add the big text, but that's what that would indicate, just to show you the growth. And I did my math so that those +5, +31 do in fact add up to the +147. Obviously, I'm sure some of you may go and check my math. I hope that it's right. I double checked it, but that said, I just wanted to call your attention to that. Kind of going down in order again, you see that from a marijuana cultivator standpoint, I highlight that there's 27 final licenses, as well as 89 that are operational. The significance of the 27 final licenses those are folks that have built out their grows. That means that that's supply to me that is inevitably going to hit the market. And obviously that's an important development as far as the market itself is concerned. I mentioned the 4 delivery operator licenses. The reason that is +4 year over year, the first delivery operator commenced their operations in April of this year. So that's going to continue until April. You'll see that if next month there are 5, if next month or the month after there are 6, that's the reason that would be just a pure increase year over year. You see marijuana micro businesses, as a reminder, those are small, up to 5,000 square feet of canopy, 2,500 pound equivalent of extract or extraction, excuse me. And so that's the +3 increase year over year. It's a smaller license, but it is a combined co-located production manufacturing facility as well as cultivator. 77 marijuana product manufacturers have commenced their operations, 14 final licenses. And then lastly, 243 marijuana retailers have commenced their operations. Just quickly to highlight too, we've had some discussion about third-party transporters and the need for that in the market. 2 things I'll flag. One is obviously there's 4 currently today that are transporting, not to mention 3 that are tied to their existing license. The only distinction between those 2 licenses, one is a standalone independent business, one is tied to your license as you can be a product manufacturer and a third-party transporter. But inherently embedded in every single license is the ability to move your own product. So we don't have a wholesale license type much. The best example I can give you from an analogy standpoint is alcohol. You have that wholesale distributor kind of middle tier in the market. That does not exist. It's not necessary in cannabis. It exists, obviously, And if folks don't have the bandwidth, wherewithal, or the frankly the capital to invest in that, say the vehicle that would need to be inspected and meet our regulations, they certainly can enjoy the use of a third-party transporter. And there are 7 in the market today, but they're not obligated to. Just wanted to call your attention to that. Looks like Commissioner Roy has her hand up.
Thank you so much. I have 2 questions, Mr. Executive Director. The first is if you could just remind folks of the additional benefits that come along with pre-start. I believe that they can start their application in the queue prior to an HCA. I just want to provide some clarity around that. And secondly, the 7 entities that are in the marijuana research category, do you envision them getting out of the starting block per se? And if there is descheduling, do these folks already have an advantage, if you will, because they're along that process? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner Roy. You scooped me a bit, so I'll and thank you for reminding me. I highlighted that cell for a reason, and I think I looked too far to my right and ignored it. So that's what I get for focusing too much. For pre-certification, let me answer that question first. The benefits of it: 1, there's no fee, obviously, and it's available to social equity program and economic empowerment participants right now for delivery purposes. Again, it's also envisioned per the regulations for social consumption. It's reliant upon disclosures, so we're not conducting a full-fledged background check. You do need some business details, obviously, which license type would you be pursuing. You're not obligated to have a community or a host community agreement in place. You're not obligated to have a specific community at all in place. And I think the value of that is, frankly, it should serve as momentum to go identify a community. The ability to walk into a town manager or a city hall and say, I have a notice here from the Cannabis Control Commission that says I have a propensity to be licensed, could serve as a bit of confidence boost. And to say, I am that, as that community, am willing to, you're essentially, I hate to call it fast tracked, but you have some momentum with the Cannabis Control Commission. So we hopefully might be more inclined to collaborate with you and identify the right location, or be willing to enter into that host community agreement. And may also provide the applicant or the recipient of that pre-certification with the ability to hopefully entice investment, if that's what they'd also like to do with it, which then could provide them with momentum. And I think Commissioner Camargo, building off of a comment you made earlier relative to the social equity grant and loan fund, we know that it costs money to apply for a license. It doesn't just cost money to build out your facility. And so obviously folks getting investment as early as possible is value in helping them navigate that process. We don't want our application process to be so cumbersome or so complicated that you rely exclusively on accountants and lawyers and other professionals, but folks do need it. When you're building any business, you're going to want to be served by professionals that can advise you and help you build the right business for you. And so again, if you can secure investment through that use, but there is no cost to the applicant. It does rely on disclosures. And obviously, therefore, when they do come back in for a license, hopefully at some soon juncture, we will conduct that full background check as well. So it's not as if we're just ignoring that aspect, and they will need to have an HCA. They'll need to submit a complete application. But hopefully, again, it gives us a familiarity with them, and also hopefully provides them some familiarity with what our process would be. What types of questions would the Cannabis Control Commission ask in a license? So it seems to be successful, and I think I credit our staff, but also folks that asked for something like that, and I'm glad we've been able to provide it to them. As far as the marijuana research facility, the reason I highlighted that is actually because of the announcement from the federal government, specifically through President Biden, to think about rescheduling. And I'll touch on that in a later slide, but I highlight it for you for one reason, which is we have a license type that is a marijuana research facility. We don't have folks that have advanced through this column, or excuse me, through this row just yet. We have applicants, but that's something that I think it warrants paying attention to with the discussion that is occurring at the federal level. So I guess I'll hold a specific comment on that until I get to that slide. But I wanted to just call your attention to the fact that there is a license type in Massachusetts that is a marijuana research facility. And again, in the context of what came out of the federal government recently, I think it's important to focus on that for the moment. Commissioner Concepcion, did you have your hand up?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I have 2 hopefully relatively simple questions. The first one is when I'm looking at this chart, just to for clarification purposes, the dashes, that means that it's inapplicable versus the zeros. So if we're seeing a dash, that means it doesn't apply for that license type.
That's exactly right. That's a great point. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that.
Okay, so that's helpful, and I think anyone watching, that might be helpful for them as well. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is the courier license and the delivery operator license types. I just wanted to ask if it seems like, from your perspective, there's that same level of interest in applicants, because it seems like I'm reading where we are with pending applications and the pre-certs, and those are pretty aligned. But I just wanted to kind of get your take on it.
I can share with you anecdotally and now through empirical data, the marijuana delivery operator license interest has now surpassed that of the courier. Specifically as it pertains to provisional applications, I think, let's see, delivery operator license, provisional, pending applications is 13, for courier is 11, but then if you look through provisional license, you see that there's 8 provisional licenses for couriers, yes. 18 provisionals for operators. So folks the delivery operator licenses has now surpassed, despite the fact that it was introduced more recently. And so I think that passing of time has proven anecdotally, and then again through empirical evidence, that that license is of more interest to applicants at this point.
And so another question, third related question, for the pre-cert process, are you finding that there are people who are applying for both pre-certifications under the courier and the operator license type?
There have been both, yes. And I think we're seeing, and I would, this is again anecdotal, I don't have enough intel to share with you in this moment. I would say at this point, momentum would be more likely toward the delivery operator license. If folks were starting from zero today, they'd be pursuing the delivery operator license by choice. Folks may have pursued marijuana courier previously, and as they got further down the pathway said, you know what, perhaps I should pivot to the marijuana delivery operator. And again, because there's truly no cost and it's really resubmitting the same information, it would be hopefully relatively simple for them to pivot quickly and with some agility. So, but I would say that soon enough, you'll see that the delivery operator pre-cert will likely surpass that of courier.
That's helpful. And I'll let you into why I was asking those questions. I wanted to figure out if there was some overlap in those numbers and trying to figure out exactly what I'm reading and what is happening in reality. So I appreciate that breakdown. Thank you.
Of course. Commissioner Camargo.
Good morning, Mr. Executive Director.
Good morning.
So I don't know if this question is maybe a larger question, but in looking at this, right, I think sort of big, right? I think operationally, I think capacity. You all know I have a sense of urgency right now when it comes to getting folks to apply for this social equity advisory fund, right? Because I think it's going to help us to move some of this stuff. And if I've asked this question before, I guess it's okay. I'm going to ask it again, but have we ever mapped out what capacity looks like for more popular licenses in the state and how it relates to sort of like through an equity perspective? Does that make sense?
I think so. I think answer
Can I ask you to
it.
repeat that? Could you repeat that question? I'm not sure if I got the question. I apologize, Sean.
So I'll, Commissioner Camargo, if I may, I may be able to surmise it. Essentially, what is capacity for an overall market in Massachusetts, and then what is the role of equity in that larger marketplace, or what is the ability of equity to participate in that marketplace, or frankly own a portion of that marketplace? Is that fair?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and we think about it, right? I mean, when I hear from folks, in the community and folks that are watching this and are watching the market, and I'm looking at this, and we have 93 pre-certified couriers. We only have, a few delivery licenses right now. There's a lot of reasons why stuff is not happening, right? People are stuck at the HCA. There's some cities right now that are not even given HCAs, right? They have to develop their own process. There's a lot going on. But I'm thinking about the future, and I'm thinking about, like, there may be, the capacity is going to hit, and our folks within our equity sort of universe may not even get there, right? So have we thought as a commission, have we thought of the bigger picture of what this looks like?
And so I think to answer your question, layering on the equity element is, I can say from a study standpoint, like a delivery of here's our evaluation and our assessment. I don't believe that's ever occurred. I think it's embedded in a lot of the work we've done historically, certainly through regulation, through policy choices that the commission has chosen to make. There was a study conducted, and I would say it's relevant, but not maybe directly on point, to look at tax rate. And so we commissioned KPMG a number of years back. This was a study mandated by the legislature that we produced back to the legislature. But it really looked at the tax rate itself. But as part of that study, obviously I think it's a relevant component of establishing an effective tax rate. It looked at your market. It looked at your market capacity. And I think we also need to be mindful at this point too, that the market is evolving rapidly. And I'll touch on that actually through the context of the annual activities report later. But there's now regional pressures. So you have New York, you have Connecticut, Rhode Island in some form of legalization. New Hampshire's talking about it. And Maine obviously has a legal marketplace that's functional. Vermont as well has recently embarked. So those regional pressures are real. And obviously that's going to have an impact on our marketplace. And I think it's worth monitoring that, which is why, again, as I look at the total volume of commenced operations, but also that supply, that's why I highlight the final licenses and cultivation. That's going to bring us over 100 cultivators at some variation of capacity as far as canopy. And next month, I'll bring forward the canopy slides to give you some insight into that as well. But I think as you layer equity into it, timing is going to be a critical element as far as their access to market and when they get into the marketplace as far as competition. So I guess to answer your question very directly, equity's not been kind of folded into that as a factor necessarily, but I think it factors into our policy choices historically as we envision a marketplace. But that's why things like exclusivity are relevant. And I think that's why, again, I've always said that equity for us is not a specific license type. So look, I don't want to dwell or rest exclusively, I guess pardon the use of that word again, on delivery as the sole opportunity for equity to participate in this market. That's just simply not true. But that's where things like micro business are relevant, but the ability of a micro business to grow is of concern. Folks should expand their businesses. But I guess the study I can point to specifically would be that KPMG study. And I'm happy to circulate it to each commissioner. I think if I'm not mistaken, it predates all of your tenures. So it would be important to just revisit and see. But again, it was specific to tax rates. So you may find that it's not specific to market saturation per se.
Yeah, that's helpful. I appreciate it because and Mr. Executive Director, you and I have a lot of conversations about future, right? I'm always thinking about what's next, where are we? So I think that's very helpful. I think, and I would like to hear more, but also maybe talk to you because I want to think about how do we, I know, this open meeting law doesn't allow us to talk about stuff amongst us policy, amongst us commissioners 2 at a time and all that, right? I think the chair called it the straitjacket open meeting law, right? But I think it's, it brings me back to Commissioner Stebbins' item on the agenda, right? For us to talk about things in the future. But I think collectively, and I know that, these meetings are sometimes all about licenses and all that stuff, but I think we got to start thinking about the future. And we got to look at it with an equity lens as well. To your point, those licenses are not just the equity licenses, right? And we have new stuff that's coming up, obviously, with the new law, but I just think we need to be mindful. There's a lot going on, but we also got to think about the future and what capacity looks like and making sure that, folks are getting left out right now. Let's be honest. There's a lot of barriers and challenges at the municipal level that are not allowing these numbers to move, not just the funding. So I just want to make sure that we think we're all doing a little bit of our part, but also as a commission, I always say I think you guys have hired the smartest people in state government. We got to think about this. So that's just my 2 cents.
Just to react briefly, and then I'll move on. I think there's a few things you said that kind of triggered a thought in my mind. One is I think a relevant conversation to have at the commission level, and I want to compliment our equity program and community outreach team. One of your goals for me this year was to build out that 3-year strategic plan and a 5-year operational plan. Those things are directly relevant to that conversation. and work is being done today in that capacity. And I think really good work, but also very creative and strategic work. And obviously, I think it still needs your fingerprints on it. And I think that's where, during those conversations, I think we can certainly engage in that. And then obviously, you'll hear later about the Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, which was recently passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, which does charge us with a number of things. We certainly think about HCAs and our work that needs to be done relative to that. You referenced the creation of the loan and grant fund, but also embedded in there is a municipal equity provision. And I think we have an opportunity and an obligation to set minimum standards for what municipal equity should be. And I think that's the floor, and how high the floor should be is up to this commission. And establishing those standards. There's certainly examples of municipal provisions throughout the Commonwealth, but again, I think you'll have an opportunity to put your mark on that as well. And one of the things I described to our staff recently was swing for the fences, is that's as far as that's concerned. And again, I trust that this agency in building out those standards will in fact, and then how simple that HCA process is for cities and towns as well as for applicants. I think it's going to be critical to get folks to kind of create that environment, to your point.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for indulging me in the conversation, because I feel like we're always running in this place. So it's good to take a pause and think about the future. So I appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I have one question. I know that the Mass Municipal Association, was working, on some of this language and legislation, but what are we doing, or what can we do proactively with municipal leaders to not only work on this, but to make sure that they not only understand the kind of what we may be regulating and telling them what they can do, but encouraging them to be thinking about this, sort of in a more organic way. I don't know what we're doing, if we have done anything, but if you can keep me up to speed, and that would be helpful.
Sure, and I think it's going to be a continued dialogue for sure. And there has been engagement historically. I think additional engagement is absolutely necessary. Historically, we've produced guidance documents for cities and towns. First, in a municipal, what is the role of municipalities in licensing cannabis establishments? And then what is a municipal equity opportunity? And we've embedded in that, and these are historic things that we've done throughout the history of this agency. I would say we ramped that up now based on the new statute and our new requirements to do something. But always it should be a collaborative engagement effort. But at some point, this agency does need to put pen to paper on what those minimal requirements are to be. And I think it's something, obviously, it's our authority to do, but I think to really effectively exercise that authority, it's through engagement. And like I said, it's really got to be a mutual aspect with cities and towns, with licensees, and then obviously embedding the commission's perspective too. So we have existing guidance documents that should be available and hopefully of utility to cities and towns. But I would say those are set to evolve based on changing policy.
But one of the questions I have, and again, if we can, because as we talk about in terms of having conversation, we have so much business to get through, but I do think that being able to have these conversations is healthy. I'm thinking, we have guidance, we have the stuff available, but it is incumbent upon, in many instances, unpaid and part-time, municipal leaders to go out and seek that. And so, again, I've done some work with the Mass Municipal Association and have a lot of regard for, their position. But it just seems like it might be an opportunity for us, for you, to proactively engage them. Obviously, there was a lobbying component before, but now I think it can be an educational component, proactively educating them rather than asking them to look for the guidance.
Yeah, and just to react to that, I didn't mean to imply that that's all we've done. Historically, commissioners have gone to MMA's annual meetings and been an active participant there. We've, in addition to also speaking to them, we've just hosted booths, so that way we are just readily available. Our staff have staffed them. I can't tell you how many inquiries we field on the government affairs side from cities and town officials specific to what should I do, what can I do, what resources are available. We also try to take regional approaches oftentimes as well, so regional planning councils, things like that. So I don't mean to imply that there's any one particular effort. Instead, I think it's got to be a concert of efforts that just the frequency and the repetition of it is, but I think the consistency of the message too is really valuable. So the more often we can get those materials to folks, and however they may get those materials. Frankly, I don't care where they get their news. I care that they get the news. So,
thanks for clarifying that. Sorry.
Of course, yeah. Commissioner Roy, it looks like you have a.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for starting this discussion. I'm wondering if it's possible, as a commission, that we should publicly recognize when things are going right and folks are doing a great job at addressing this. And I've spoken with you privately, but I'll say it publicly. I'd love to put the leadership awards on the agenda, you know, in the coming months, so we can talk about the leadership awards to recognize which licensees are going above and beyond in this area. And secondly, is there a way for the commission to look at these municipalities and recognize who's doing it right, who's doing a great job at this, and if we could publicly recognize what they're doing to let folks know that they're going above and beyond around equity and our licensees. So just two thoughts around the awards, the recognition awards, leadership awards, and just publicly recognizing good practices that municipalities are doing. Thank you.
Sure. I know in the past, as far as the municipal equity provisions, one of the things that we've observed historically is that cities and towns, much like this agency, are evolving. And so you can point to some of the work in Metro Boston, some of the work in Western Mass. Specific municipalities are taking very specific approaches. And so we've avoided embedding in the guidance document specifically the do it like this, or this is an example or a model, knowing that many more will come along, and we don't want that information to be stale. So I think we've done it as a supplement in the past of kind of here's a list, but I want to be mindful just of the our ability to monitor that and make sure it's still right, relevant, and current, knowing that every town meeting there could be a change in policy, or every city council meeting there could be a change in policy. So, but I hear you loud and clear as far as the need to show examples, real examples too, not just hypothetical models. So, as far as the leadership ratings are concerned, I think obviously they are embedded in the regulations as a factor. It's really the criteria that folks would have to meet and how we establish either an application or an objective selection process for that. So, but happy to talk further about that as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, aren't we? I think we're working on it, right? Though behind the scenes right now on the leadership
ratings, yes.
Yeah, we are working on it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like I said, it's really what is the objective criteria and the right process for that. So is it an application versus a selection? And there's a variety too. I think Commissioner Roy, thank you for raising it. It's the environmental leader, the social justice leader, the compliance leader. So we have a myriad of leadership ratings that are contemplated by our regulations. So I think there's an employment or local employment leader. So there's yes, and those date back to the origins of this agency as well.
I just want to say one thing because I got to say it. This is our public meeting, right?
Sure.
And I know you know, just to sort of take a step back, I know you talked about the work that we're doing in equity, but I also want to just talk. We don't have to talk about it today, but also I talked about the popular licenses and things like that, but also farmers, right? There's I don't know, there isn't a lot of conversation on farmers and what that looks like. And, you know, I hear a lot from, you know, Black and Latino farmers and folks who have been tremendously disproportionately impacted, and especially as farmers. So I just want to make sure that they're also at the table. I'm really interested in outdoor cultivation. My small farm in Mattapan is nothing compared. My community vegetable farm is nothing compared to, you know, these cannabis farms. So, but I want to just bring that to the forefront as well while we're thinking about the future. And I know we all have different pockets of things, but, you know, it's a big one. And I think it's, you know, sometimes we don't talk about it and it's hard to talk about, but there are folks being left behind. And I just want to make sure that we're all mindful of that. And I know we are, but just keeping it at the forefront. So I just wanted to say that out loud.
And can I make one last, just one point, Commissioner Camargo, you and I should have a conversation, because I don't know if any sort of work and outreach has been done with the Mass Farm Bureau. You know, I represented, you know, towns in Western Massachusetts, you know, a number of farmers, and, you know, so this is something obviously of particular importance to me. So I'd love to work with you on that issue.
We can talk about it. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Great job.
Sure. I've made it through slide 7 successfully. So I apologize for, well, look, these are important conversations. I always say to our staff that every public meeting feels a bit like a pop quiz to me. I was up all night studying, so I hope I'm prepared. I have more slides to come, so I'm sure I won't be prepared for whatever comes next. So moving right along, excuse me, thank you. I did pull forward this month agent applications and registrations because I wanted to just spend some time on that with you, Commissioner Camargo, and I know Commissioner Roy and I talk about farms as well pretty regularly and outdoor growth. So next month I will bring that slide forward to talk with you about, just briefly to react to that. Of the commenced operations, 89 or so cultivators, 16 are outdoor and 73 are indoor or yes, indoor cultivators. But again, I'll spend more time on that next month just because that was my plan. So I'm not ignoring the question. It's more of just the sequence of things. But spending time on agent registration specifically, you see that there's 50,568 total agent applications. I bolded though the 21,505. That's the universe of agent registrations for the adult use program. Surrendering is basically there's a bit of a transient nature to some of these jobs. So folks are hired, they move on. And so I guess I'm asking you not to be alarmed by that number simply because if someone starts a job and goes to work at another cultivation facility, technically they surrender that agent registration and then apply a new, because the registration is tied to the facility. It's not tied to the individual. So it's not as if we've just abandoned 21,000 agents instead, or they've abandoned it. It's really that folks are moving. Of the 353 that are pending, and again, I don't want that to be an alarming figure as well, we do these on a rolling basis. So we have to get to 186 that are pending before our staff today. 157 have been reopened for more information. More often than not, it's the photo needs to be updated or changed or something to that effect. 10 are awaiting a third-party response. In the context of agent registrations, a third-party response for a license would be a municipal certification confirming that the entity is in compliance with local zoning and bylaws. It's also the background check or fingerprinting. We are required by statute to fingerprint lab and testing agents. So that would be the third-party response in this context. So just again, trying to frame the universe for you of adult use agent applications and registrations. There are 21,505 that are active and 353 that as of last week or so were being worked on by our staff. And again, we consider them and approve them or not on a rolling basis administratively. This is the kind of the meat that I want to talk with you about, and I have before. I guess, frankly, to cut right to the chase, the agent registration universe in Massachusetts is predominantly male and predominantly white. We know that we have our diversity requirements as far as the license structure, and we often think about and talk about ownership. We don't spend a lot of time on agents and the folks that work in this industry. I guess as an opening caveat, we don't hire these folks. These are folks that are hired by the industry themselves and they're employed by our licensees. But again, it's predominantly male and predominantly white. By comparison, I think this question's come up to me before, and I apologize for not including it as a slide. But I did print it. I think we last talked about this in June. The Massachusetts population, by comparison, is 51% female and 48% male. So again, you see here there's a disparity. But it's, again, 63% are male in this industry. And I think the next slide digs into the race demographics as well. These are medical marijuana agents as well. So that's the distinction here. So 63% again identify as male and 36% as female. So here's these are pending agents, approved and pending. So this is the total universe. So that's that 21,500 or so, plus the folks that are pending for our consideration. I highlight white, Black, African American, and Hispanic. Again, you'll see about 69%, close to 70% identify as white. By comparison, based on the 2020 census, in Massachusetts, the percent of population that identify as Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish is 12.6. So 12.6 as compared to 8.4, it's a difference of 4.2%. The percentage of Massachusetts that identify as Black African American would be 6.5. So a distinction of minus 0.1. And then as far as white, it's 67.6, the state population. Again, that's based on the 2020 census. So that's a difference of plus 1.4 in this industry. So again, I call your attention to it as something worth monitoring. We've talked about it in the past, but it fits in the context of diversity in this industry for sure. So licensing applications as far as status as DBE, we talked a bit about that. I think, Madam Chair, you asked a question relative to the Supplier Diversity Office, their role in this. This is the breakdown. We often just generalize the DBE status, but I think it's worth talking about the total volume that identifies a women-owned business, a veteran-owned business, a minority-owned business, LGBTQ-owned business, disability-owned business. So you see here of the total 1,357, the majority, more than 75%, did not identify as a DBE business. 5.5% identify as a women-owned business, and 9.1% identify as a minority-owned business. And I think this is fascinating data to me. 7.4, 100 applications actually identified as 2 or more. And I think that's it's an interesting data point that obviously cascades throughout all of those categories above. So again, just something worth monitoring and keeping track of. I see 2 hands. Madam Chair, is your hand up?
Commissioner Stebbins was first.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, good morning.
Thank you, Executive Director. And I think why we're having this conversation, I think it's helpful for folks to understand, you know, our friends at SDO that kind of do this certification, do this pre-cert for a license applicant's benefit is extremely important. Think about taking it to the next level where we're seeing in diversity plans a lot of our licensees wanting to engage with diverse businesses, not just as suppliers, but people to do maybe some of the build out, do some of the marketing, you know, kind of the ancillary services, the ancillary track that we also offer through our SEP program. That certification from the state, I think, also gives some credibility or level of confidence to a licensee that they're meeting their goals. They can validate that somebody that they brought on board is certified. And keep in mind, you know, our great partnership with the SDO, but there are also some other entities in Massachusetts who do certification. Greater New England Minority Supplier Development Council is one, the Center for Women in Enterprise. They all kind of share that certification alignment with respect to criteria with the SDO. So it's important for our licensees, but it's also tangentially important for folks looking to do business with one of our licensees or looking to engage in the industry as well.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, I didn't know if you had any commentary. One of the things I did want to point out that October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and I've done, you know, a bit of work on making a number of different functions in government more accessible to persons with disabilities. This is actually an area that I have a particular interest in, and figuring out what we can do in terms of outreach to make this opportunity for persons with disabilities a little bit more available. You know, I'm finding that sometimes this is not sort of a natural group or group of groups that we may interact with, but this is actually something I'd like to explore a little bit more and work with the outreach team to understand, you know, how they're going out and doing that. Again, I don't know if it requires an answer, but it's just something that I have a personal interest in.
And thank you for identifying the month of October. I'll also note here that the data capture relative to the LGBTQ as well as disability owned, the expedited policy that exists based on the Commission's regulations satisfies women, minority, and veterans. So this data capture is it's voluntarily submitted by the entities themselves, but I'll also put a pin that I would certainly, as you embark on a regulatory round, you may find me to be an advocate for incorporating those other business types as well. And I think, Madam Chair, just to kind of echoing the same points you made, I think the more inclusive we can make this industry, the better it will be for everybody. So again, that's perhaps an inappropriate pin or point to make, but I'll make it nonetheless and fear the consequences that may come my way. But I just obviously think that the SDO has been a valuable partner. They capture this information, and as much as we can leverage it in building this industry, I think it's important. So, Commissioner Roy, was your hand up?
Yeah, is there a reason we don't include farmers? I mean, we can assume cultivators are farmers, but it might extend to other license types like farming. So I'm just curious if we could include farmers or if there's a reason we don't.
I'd have to explore it a bit. It's a good question. I'd have to explore it a bit. It would simply be, I don't know if the SDO captures that or identifies or certifies a business as a farmer. How we most often, in the context of a craft cooperative, identify a farmer is actually through their filing with Schedule F tax return. So that could be the kind of hook to that, but I don't know if it would be a pure data capture necessarily. And I also don't know that, frankly, we want to be in receipt or custody of someone's tax returns necessarily. So, but that's how they would most often formally identify as a farmer. Commissioner Camargo, was your hand up?
I was just thinking, I'm thinking out loud, but do we separate, I know farmers and outdoor cultivation, obviously they're two different things. Do we separate it like that within our data?
So to apply for and secure a craft cooperative license, someone on your application in your ownership structure, so therefore above the 10% threshold, must have filed the Schedule F tax return. Okay. As far as outdoor grow, no. You're not required to be a farmer for the context of outdoor grow.
Right, okay.
And just to comment, not all farmers are involved in that particular licensure for craft cooperative.
That's right, that's right. Okay.
And there's obviously further wrinkles as far as farming. The land that they may own or occupy could be under an agricultural preservation restriction. It's a myriad of complexity that I know farmers themselves work through on a pretty regular basis, but that we've dabbled in just simply for, is this land zoned properly, but also from a leasehold or ownership standpoint, does it qualify or is it eligible to grow cannabis? That's actually why I think in what I've seen, this is again anecdotal, folks tend to be gravitating perhaps more toward hemp as a viable option because of its federal legality.
Yeah, a quick question: have we had any groups? I mean, in the like internal working groups around farmers specifically, or farm, that whole realm?
Not to my knowledge. Perhaps in the previous regulatory rounds, I'm sure it was explored as far as how do you identify a farmer. But I don't think in any formal, substantive way.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I may look at that. So I'm just putting it out there. It's just it's another section that we're not talking about as much. So.
Commissioner Camargo, I've met informally with farmers, and maybe you have as well. But I'd love to be part of any working group that could, take a deep dive and look into assisting our farmers.
Okay. Thank you. And I don't want to say we have an official working group because we know working groups have a process here, but just asking. I know that we're auditing our working group. So, but Commissioner Roy, I hear you. We can talk about it off screen.
I should keep a running tally of projects that are coming out of this meeting for me to embark on and organize, or that I'll be looking forward to talking with each of you about further.
I'm taking notes for you, Sean. Don't worry.
So this slide here is just a kind of a broader horizon. These are license applications that have been fully submitted. So the previous slide was those licenses that have been issued. This is applications as well, kind of layered on top of that. So no distinction as far as the categories, but obviously the data shifts a little bit, not dramatically. You'll see that of the 1,500 or so licenses and combined applications, that's still 74%, 74.5% did not identify as a DBE business. So this slide here, again, relatively evergreen. It's a snapshot of our medical use of marijuana program. The highlighted cells for you, 99 entities, vertically integrated entities have commenced their operations. That's an increase of 13 over last year. So about one per month. We are still licensing medical use of marijuana facilities, and we're still opening. I shouldn't say we, these facilities are still opening and serving patients. One element that I think we've talked about historically is there is an MTC on each and every county, in each and every county across Massachusetts. So there is access convenient access, perhaps a separate question, but access nonetheless. And we also make sure that in co-located facilities, so standing facility that is combined adult use and medical, that medical patients are in fact prioritized inside that facility in very convenient ways, as far as parking, as far as access to lines and queues, as far as the ability to have a patient consultation area. So certainly a priority of this agency. I mentioned earlier there's 96,471 certified active patients. That is a decrease from last year by about 687. Folks could be dropping off for any number of reasons. One is medicating through the adult use market. Perhaps they found it to be more convenient or more accessible to them. And again, there could be any number of reasons. We do not charge a fee, but obviously providers do charge a fee, and that's obviously an issue or a burden that folks have to contemplate. We're also seeing a decrease in caregivers as well. So data that bears monitoring, there might be anecdotal evidence as to what may be causing that. We did see a surge in patients at the beginning of COVID, and perhaps now that COVID, depending on your circumstances, may be either wearing old or wearing off, depending again on your perspective. Again, folks just may not be participating in the medical market as they once were. It's not a dramatic drop, but a drop nonetheless that is bearing monitoring that we should be paying attention to. We do have an increase in providers participating in the space. I think there's a pretty regular question as to, is that the appropriate ratio? I'll always answer no, because the more providers we can get that embrace cannabis as effective use, I'm certainly going to be open-minded to that. So Commissioner, it looks like your hand was up.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate this slide every month. And my radar goes up too, in light of the fact that we continue to add more MTCs and providers, yet the numbers continue to go down for certified patients. And why is that? And you said a possible few examples, but I think as a commission, perhaps we need to look in about, why is the number, if the access through medical treatment centers are going up and certified providers are going up, why are the numbers of patients, and what are these obstacles to access? And for our veterans, let's say, removing barriers to access for them because of the federal scheduling of marijuana. So at some point, if it continues in this trend, I think a further discussion perhaps needs to be had around why we're increasing opportunities in brick and mortar and providers, but the number of patients needs to go down. So this is just of concern to me. Thank you.
Sure. And I don't have there may not be one answer to that question. I think that, to your point, it's worth exploring. We know that folks, unfortunately, use medical cannabis for end-of-life care. That could be a component, again, a sad but true component. There could be a pivot to the adult use market, its availability. We know that there's a tax distinction as far as a 20% tax that's levied at retail sales, but there might be an apprehension to be on a list, so to speak, to be registered with a state program. So there's any number of reasons, and I think, to your point, it's worth probing those reasons as to what they may be. But it's clear to me that there's not one singular answer to what might be encouraging or discouraging folks. But I do think those barriers that do exist, we talked about them recently, I think in, maybe it's recently the last month, it could be just the cost of procuring or securing the provider visit, et cetera. So yeah, absolutely worth talking about and monitoring. And that's why I do try to call your attention to this data as regularly as I do.
Thank you.
I believe that's it from a data standpoint. So I think you, Commissioner Concepcion, I believe last month, you had mentioned the status of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022 and sought a briefing for the commission from our staff. And I therefore am really excited to introduce you to some degree, although you all know him really well, to our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, Matt Giancola, us kind of working with him, collaborating with him on this, as well as our General Counsel, Christine Bailey. Their teams have really done the lion's share of the work as far as starting with advocating on your behalf alongside you and assisting you with that process, but now digesting and hopefully honing what our next steps would be as far as this new statute is concerned. So I just want to make sure that they get the appropriate credit for that, but also that they're available to you in that context to answer any questions you have. And I'll be here quietly listening and absorbing the information myself, but always available if there's any comments or questions that any of you have. So I think, Matt, you're kicking this off, if I'm not mistaken.
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and good morning, Commissioners. On
Morning,
August
Matt.
11th, 2022, Governor Baker signed S3096, an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry. This morning, I'll give an overview of the act and then turn things over to Executive Director Collins, who can provide more information regarding the next steps the Commission may take as the legislation takes effect. Now codified as Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, the new law enshrines many of the policy changes endorsed by the Commission over the past year. Thanks to the advocacy from current and former commissioners, advocates, and stakeholders, and Commission staff, the nation's first statewide cannabis equity program has been expanded in critical ways, and clarity and oversight of the local licensing process has been enacted. First, the new law clarifies
We lost you, Matt.
I think he's paused.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Matt, we can hear you now.
One moment. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
So,
Welcome back.
apologies for that. Sorry about that. Some
All good.
bandwidth issues here. Thanks. So I'll start one moment over one more time. First, the new law clarifies the local licensing process, the terms that may be included in host community agreements or HCAs, and gives oversight of those agreements to the Commission. An HCA is negotiated between the municipality and applicant and may include a community impact fee. Cities and towns can collect impact fees for costs reasonably related to the impact of the establishment on the municipality. The fee may be no higher than 3% of the gross annual revenue of the business, must only be collected for costs actually incurred by the municipality over the course of that year, and may be collected for no more than 1 8-year term. Aside from the community impact fee, the HCA cannot include any other payments or donations to the municipality or other charities or organizations. The law gives the Commission 90 days to review the contents of an HCA submitted by an applicant for compliance with the law. Cities and towns may also waive requiring an HCA if they so choose. Municipalities now have 2 methods for opting in to allowing social consumption licenses within their borders. The first method is via a local election, where a question may be placed on the ballot by a group of registered voters in conformance with state election procedures. The second method allows the City Council or Town Select Board to vote to opt in via a new ordinance or bylaw. From the earliest days of the licensed industry, the Commission has received feedback that one of the biggest barriers to entering the market for equity program participants is lack of access to startup capital. Now, a Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund has been established that can offer loans and grants to equity program applicants and licensees for the purposes of building out their business. The fund is capitalized at 15% of the yearly revenues of the Marijuana Regulation Fund. The Regulation Fund is funded by the marijuana excise tax, application and licensing fees, and fines paid by marijuana establishments. The Social Equity Trust Fund will be overseen by the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development with input from a volunteer Social Equity Advisory Board. That advisory board is to be comprised of individuals with a background in the cannabis industry, finance, and business development, and who are from or have experience advocating on behalf of communities disproportionately impacted by marijuana prohibition. Appointments to the advisory board will be made by the governor, attorney general, and treasurer. The legislature has also amended the statute governing marijuana establishment agent suitability. Except for independent testing laboratory agents, the only prior criminal conviction that can disqualify a marijuana establishment agent candidate from employment is distribution of a controlled substance to a minor. Next slide, please. Since the Commission was appointed in 2017, we have worked with a mission and mandate to promote and encourage an equitable industry comprised of individuals from communities who were disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition. Now, cities and towns have a mandate to also promote equity via their local licensing process. Chapter 180 requires the Commission to develop minimum standards and best practices for municipalities to follow that encourage the licensing and permitting of equity program participants' establishments. The Commission is charged with reviewing and approving those local equity plans. The agency has developed a page on our website that shares best practices being utilized by cities and towns already throughout the Commonwealth on municipal equity. Folks can find those resources on the state and local government page at masscannabiscontrol.com. For cities and towns that institute local equity programs and who license social equity retail businesses, they have the ability to receive an additional 1% from the sales at those retailers to be used for the municipality's general needs. This in addition to the 3% local option tax they may collect. Cities and towns that refuse to implement approved local equity processes, however, risk forfeiture of all community impact fees from all establishments in the municipality. Those forfeited funds would be deposited into the Social Equity Trust Fund. All marijuana establishments may take advantage of new state tax deductions. Chapter 180 allows establishments to deduct certain business expenses that the business would normally be allowed to deduct from their federal taxes, if only the industry were legal at the federal level. Both this, the local equity provisions, and indeed the other sections of the law will require the Commission to coordinate and collaborate with the Department of Revenue, Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, municipalities, and stakeholders throughout Massachusetts. We look forward to partnering with them in the months ahead. Next slide, please. Chapter 180 becomes effective on November 9th, 2022. Appointments to the Social Equity Advisory Board need to be made by the constitutional officers by January 8th, or 60 days after. And finally, the legislature has given the Commission a year to promulgate new regulations necessary to be consistent with the Act. For more on some of the next steps that the Commission may take, I'll turn it back over to Executive Director Collins. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. I also want to just point out that you have available to you our General Counsel, Christine Bailey, who is kind of working side by side, obviously, with each of you as well as with me, relative to implementation of the new statute. So, as you know, we've talked quite a bit about where we go next and how the legislation, as Matt alluded to, refers to the work that we must do. And so beginning that regulatory process is something that we began. I think we first talked about it in April of this calendar year. This new statute is something that we did anticipate. We talked about the different phases of work that would have to be done relative to implementation or relative to the regulatory process. So the first and foremost is identifying the topics that we as an agency, including you as commissioners, especially including you as commissioners, would have to do or be interested in addressing. Some of those topics are dictated by this statute. And obviously, again, moving forward, some of the things may be, some was talked about today, the impact of farmers, expanding those DBE elements, et cetera. So the policy changes we know we have to actually undertake, again, were identified by statute and are in the process of being identified by commissioners and staff. That is phase one of that regulatory process. And as we always have in the past, the regulatory process is heavy on stakeholder engagement and typically at the front end and then throughout our regulatory process. And I guess at this point, Christine, I'm going to invite you in as well. If there's any elements that you want to address relative to topic discussion, topic identification, and again, kind of the regulatory process we've historically embarked on, as well as what we're anticipating moving next.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Matt. Yes, as Sean points out, we're in a process of discernment on a number of levels. That means reviewing the equity legislation, receiving feedback from commissioners on topics that they've identified, not only in relation to the equity legislation, but beyond the equity legislation. We've also actively engaged staff in that process. Also, as a matter of practice, legal keeps a running list of topics that are raised by our external stakeholders, either through legal inquiries or petitions that are filed with the commission. So I just suffice it to say we have multiple sources of information coming into the commission that will be organized to identify where it's appropriate to establish a working group, and where there's going to be opportunities simply to make ministerial or conforming changes to the regulations. So just one final thing I'd like to point out is not every issue raised in the equity legislation is really going to necessitate a regulatory change or necessarily be best implemented by a regulatory change. For example, there's going to be opportunities for us to recommend that for certain issues, the commission consider a guidance document, or maybe even work with another agency on that other agency issuing a guidance document. So that process of discernment, hopefully at the end of it, we will be able to present commissioners with some more detailed recommendations in that regard.
So thank you, Christine. So these next 4 slides are substantive, but I guess, and I don't want to train your eyes to the small text. Instead, I think, one, I think it's illustrative of the work that goes into it, but also the who's doing what, when, and what's involved. The topic, though, I think the next, again, the 4 slides, ultimately, those topics extracted from this legislation that the commission must embark on a regulatory process for. Certainly, HCAs and community impact fees, and clarifying what can be in an HCA, what may be out of an HCA, as well as an obligation to develop a model HCA, and those community impact fees, and clarifying what is in, what is out, what is appropriate, what is not. Next up, I think, is social consumption as well. Again, we can talk about any of these items that, as you identify, I'm sure there will be discussion. Social consumption does exist in our regulations today. It is a regulatory component. It envisions a pilot program with 12 cities and towns that would identify themselves as willing to host a social consumption facility. We often refer to them, unfortunately, frankly, as lounges. I would probably more accurately refer to them as venues because there could be any type or style of consumption that may occur. But I guess I'm trying to train my thinking and hopefully your thinking away from just that singular model, but instead the variety of consumption that could occur at a venue. So social consumption is something that I think, while we have regulations on it today, it's worth revisiting as a matter altogether, because what the legislation did, and Matt alluded to it, is really that municipal element, that municipal level, but it does trigger a process for us as well. So I would just advise that it be visited in a regulatory process. Commissioner Roy, do you have a question on this? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Just on this slide, and not to chisel it in stone, but to help those watching, those in the cannabis space, stakeholders, commissioners, if you could theoretically put months over each block. So in other words, when should we anticipate block number 1? Like when block number 2? That would be helpful to all of us. And we won't hold you to it.
You may not. So
yes,
that might be my reticence to months. And Commissioner Concepcion, are you going to rescue me from an answer, perhaps?
Don't rescue him.
I might, only because I kind of want to push back against that. I don't want us to sort of create arbitrary timelines of things. I understand the need to have that November point there because we're required by law to have this completed by that point. And the other, so it's a few comments I had in my mind. So that's the first thing. I don't want us to get in the practice of doing that again, because I know it's happened in the past, or there have been timelines that we've aimed for no other reason than our own internal frustrations. But the other thing that I wanted to say is I just think it's important to clarify that timeline applies, that deadline, that November deadline applies for the mandated regulatory changes under the new law. But there are other things that I think we may have already listed within our list of areas within the regs that we're considering for changes that can happen after that point, depending on what we feel as a commission, as a collective commissioners coming together and deciding on that. So I just wanted to make that plain and clear in this process as well.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner. But I think, Commissioner Roy, back to your question at least, and I think Commissioner Concepcion kind of alluded to why I might be hesitant to say this then this in this sequence, we'll finish that work by this date and then advance here. I can tell you, Ernest, the policy regulatory review process and the development of topics and the forming of working groups, et cetera, kind of has a fall to winter season to it.
Okay, that's what I
And that work, though, once it's begun, is going to take as long as it necessarily takes. And so it'd be hard for me to then pinpoint when phase 2 of that would actually occur, because I think you want to budget that time accordingly. We know we have that hard and fast deadline of November 2023. At the same time, I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, that's for those things that are contemplated by this statute. It's not for all things that may be embarked on. At the same time, so I guess I want to answer your question though sincerely, which is that first part is actually underway right now as far as the topic identification, the forming of those working groups. And I want to be, I think, clear too, those working groups are really internal matters as far as you relying upon the expertise that our staff may be able to bring to that process, but also engaging externally with folks that would have an invested interest in either seeing good policy, perhaps seeing an interest in that license type. And so really that external stakeholder engagement. And I want to be clear too, especially for the folks that could be listening, the Cannabis Advisory Board exists. And I want to make sure that we meaningfully introduce them into this process and really secure their expertise as we have in iterations past. But it's one of those groups that I just want to make sure we take full advantage of, because they do bring an expertise to this as well. As far as social consumption is concerned, there is a municipal level that folks, cities and towns can begin their process as far as identifying and inviting and changing their own bylaws and ordinances based on the statute as it allows them to. So there would be that biennial election process if they want to pose that question to their ballot or adopt it by local ordinance. They don't need anything from us to do that. They can begin that process according to their own timeline. So does that answer your question, I hope?
Yes, and I didn't mean to like pigeonhole us so we're like self-limiting. That wasn't the purpose of my question. I know there's a lot of curiosity and I want to be just transparent around, you know, when we should reasonably anticipate beginning that next phase in the process, because I know folks are curious about it, and that was the purpose of my question. So thank you very much.
Of course. Commissioner Camargo, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do, but I did see that Christine had her hand up before.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Thanks, Sean. And thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I think Sean pointed to it, which is I think one of the purposes when we were preparing materials for this public meeting, I first started out just forming a list, and I realized that that's not really an accurate representation of what's going on here. For example, if we could back up to the prior slide, you know, I think part of the point of these slides is to provide you with a snapshot that it's going to take a village to realize equity in the cannabis industry. In other words, it's not just the commission's mandate, but other state agencies and municipalities have an active role. As soon as the legislation becomes effective in November, they can start their own respective processes. So in other words, they don't have to wait for the commission, and the commission has broad authority and discretion to take some time to consider regulations in these areas. So you can go to the next slide. I didn't want to go backwards, but I did want to point out that part of the goal of this slide is to give you a sense of the different mandates other agencies and municipalities have in this process.
That's really helpful, Christine. Thank you.
Mr. Camargo, did you have?
I did. General Counsel, you had mentioned a few minutes ago that that you guys have compiled all this information, and I know we've had this conversation a little bit. Where are they? I would love to read them, the petitions. I know that we received something that was, you know, I think there was about maybe 16 bullets in there in terms of sort of what staff thought. But I guess my question is, when and can we see those? Like, are we allowed to read those petitions? Are we allowed to see what staff is thinking internally within, you know, some of the regs as it pertains to the new law, but also to Commissioner Concepcion's point, stuff that needs to be sort of like dealt with later? And I want you all to understand my thought here is that our staff and the folks that are going through these licensee processes are the ones that, you know, are becoming more and more experts when it comes to sort of granular stuff. And they see stuff that we don't get to see. We hear, but we're not reviewing applications. We're not understanding this, you know, the process 100%, obviously. So I guess my question is, when does that happen in the calendar? When do we get to see all that, and how? And I feel like I'm a little in the dark on that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm actually happy to jump in on this,
Okay.
Christine, if you don't mind, because I feel like we've talked about this a little bit, and I'll clarify why though. So we, as Christine and I guess, when I say we, sought the topics from commissioners by the end of last month. And then the pledge, the commitment, both publicly and privately, was we return to commissioners based on your topics and the entirety of the universe of those topics. So in doing that, that's the next step. And so I would say in the next handful of weeks, that universe will be available to each and every commissioner. And then I think 2 slides from now, or one soon, that is addressed to a degree, which is we need to sit with each of you personally. Certainly go over the topics that you've identified. And part of the reason why we'd want to sit with you personally is as you were identifying your topics, some of those things had is this a regulation? Is this a guidance document? Is this, I just need more information here. And so I think as that process is underway, to answer your question, that process is underway right now, live right now.
Yeah. And I know it is, Mr. Executive Director, I know it is. I guess we all have different learning styles. So I get you guys want to sit with us, and we all turned in items, which is cool, right? I turned in stuff that I'm thinking I want to look at. But for me, I can't sit with y'all until I don't really see more information, right? That's just how I process and how I learn. So for me, it's like, I guess that's my question is, and we could keep talking about this, you know, offline, but I guess I want you guys to think as well, you know, before you all sit with us, it would be also nice to see what the behind the scenes is sort of has either submitted or has put on paper, or some of the issues as well. So, you know, and I know we've talked about it, but I'm also sort of processing and thinking operationally, and also thinking for myself as a commissioner in terms of like, what do I want to look at besides the stuff that I turned in, right? What's staff saying? What are the folks in the community, you know, not folks in the community, but licensees and folks that are out there trying to apply? What are they saying as well, right? So we don't read all these petitions, obviously. We don't read them. So yeah, that's I guess my chicken or egg situation. So a little anxious because I want to be prepared before I sit down with you all who have gone through this process before. And for me as a I'm not new anymore, but it's the first time I'll go through this process. So I just want to be prepared. This stuff is serious. So just
to clarify the next step, it wasn't just to return with your topics, it was to return with the universe of topics. So what I'm hearing, of course, is give me that ahead of time to inform that meeting, as opposed to come to that meeting with the topic. So I guess that's what I'm taking away from that aspect.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yes, but I think just to clarify as well further that is our intention, that was our intention, and that will be our plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Concepcion.
No, that's fine. I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak also. In line with Commissioner Camargo's question, when we had this conversation in April and revisited it in August, I believe, of last year, we were kind of going through the regulatory process, what that looks like. I know the reason why I sort of asked for us to re-examine this was because there needed to be more of staff engagement and in terms of what they're seeing, you know, right in line with what Commissioner Camargo was saying. So I think there needs to be more emphasis placed on that. I don't mean the entire universe. I am specifically saying for the staff that are here, that are doing the work, who understand the regs in action. I know we get a lot of information as commissioners. We have our own experience about an interpretation of this industry, but there's nothing like having some insights from the staff who are kind of doing this on an everyday basis on the ground floor level. So I'm a little frustrated with sort of waiting on getting information on what staff are identifying and having that conversation. It's coming off a little bit like an afterthought. We're giving, you know, what our interpretations are without encompassing and incorporating what staff are also saying as well. So I'm sort of reiterating what Commissioner Camargo is saying, and making sure that we have that as we're developing before the working groups are developed as well, so that we get a better understanding of what we're dealing with.
And maybe I can clarify a bit further, because I first off, let me acknowledge the frustration, and I don't want to dismiss that. But I think hopefully the clarity or clarity in process may it may not alleviate or eliminate frustration, to be fair, but maybe soften it. I'm not saying form the working groups, then talk about the universe. And I think instead it's come back to commissioners and say, here's the universe of and also the staff identified topics. And that could be, I think, and Christine alluded to this as well, some of those things may just be ministerial and therefore don't require a working group. But I think you as a commissioner, as an individual commissioner, deserve to know, here's all of the things that are on the table. There's some overlap as well. As you talk to us as staff, as you talk to folks in the industry or licensees or other officials outside the industry, we need to combine those efforts and combine that list to identify what is this agency going to be doing from a regulatory standpoint. And then how does that work get parsed out? And that's where I think there might be something that is this isn't, it's maybe a terrible example, so I apologize. It's the may to shall sort of changes that are really minor, but obviously have a pretty significant impact. I don't think those things necessarily need a working group, but you deserve to know that that's something that was identified by staff. I think just for context, it's voluminous as far as those things that have come up over the last time we promulgated would be January of last year. So let's say about 2 years worth of work that may be going into where are we at today. So I guess I just want to clarify, though, that it's not necessarily here's the working groups that have been established based on your topics. It's instead, here's the universe of topics. Mm-hmm. And again, it would be Christine and I saying, we think these things could use a working group. Are you interested in serving on one of those working groups, leading one of those working groups? But also, here's the other things that have come up organically through licensees, organically through our staff. So, and I might be misinterpreting your frustration, so I'm sorry.
No, I understand what you're saying, Sean. I'm saying the way that it will be helpful to know where the overlaps are, because yes, that to me, it signifies that where the prevalent issues are and what the priorities should be. So that is why I want to make sure that we're getting the most information and are able to assess what we've identified and the priorities based on that. But I understand what you mean in terms of, okay, let's each commissioner sort of think about the priorities that we've already have in mind from the work that we've done thus far. But now, as we're continuing forward and really, zeroing in on what's going to happen, it would just be more, I feel like I would be better informed and in a better space to continue forward in the process of changing some of the regs.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're aligned, so I don't want to sell past yes, I guess.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, and I support what my fellow commissioners have said, because it would be helpful for us to have that universe of topics. And I just have some logistic questions around that before the hard work begins and the working groups form, for us to see the list and the universe of topics, if you will. And I have a logistic question. Will they be attribution to whose topics they are, or will it'll be an anonymized list? Because we do want to support staff at the end of the day. And if these things are important to them, to help them effectuate their job, then we want to be able to support them. So I just don't know if the list is anonymized or we know what's coming, requests from staff.
So to your first point, I think I said in response to Commissioner Camargo, no working group will be formed until there's a conversation with commissioners about the universe. So let me just kind of try to settle that discussion. That universe of that discussion needs to occur before a working group is even established. So I guess let me take that off the table. But the reason we want to do that, though, is because not every topic needs a working group. And so I want to make sure that you especially are devoting your energy where you want to. It's not my place to tell you where to devote your energy. But also to identify that some of these things don't need a working group, and we should therefore, we can put some pen to paper in a ministerial way and kind of keep a track change version of the regulations but I also don't want to surprise you at the end of a process and say, oh, by the way, we made a dozen changes here. And you, to your point, Commissioner Roy, you don't know where they came from, who's behind this. So I think, yes, there would be identification as far as this has come up 3 or 4 times from different staff. This has come up from a commissioner. This has come up from commissioners and staff. So I think Commissioner Concepcion, that kind of speaks to your priority too, which is there synergy? And I'm seeing this and the staff is seeing this. I think there's that's an indication that we should put some time and energy into this because we're aligned and we can go forward and kind of chart a course. There's also a risk that there's disagreement. That may to shall example could be, I really think it should be may, I really think it should be shall. And I think that's where that tension needs to get worked out as well. So yes, identifying some of the sources of those topics. I'll admit as well, I'm a source of topics. I've watched this industry and paid close attention to it. And I've also heard from plenty of folks with their complaints. I want to make sure we're able to kind of feed into that as well. So I'm trying to follow visuals here. It looks like Christine may want to jump in and she may actually correct me. So if that's helpful to illuminate this, I guess I stand to be corrected.
I support what you've said. I just wanted to say that just to assure some of the concerns that have been raised. So as part of the topic identification process, we did open it up to staff and got a tremendous response. And so we have a list and legal is in the process of reviewing that list to see, to Sean's point, some of the issues are duplicative of issues that have been identified by commissioners or issues that have been mandated by the equity legislation. Some of the issues we would like to organize as groups because they make sense. There's some synergy among those issues. Like in other words, if issues are coming from multiple departments in the commission, we want to make sure that those issues are getting presented to the commissioners in a meaningful way. It's not just a list that doesn't have the benefit of, basically some organization and some reflection on kind of how to handle a particular issue. So legal is actively, we've received staff topics, really in the last week or so, about a week ago, was sort of the final submission that we got from staff. So that ongoing review process is going on. That said, I certainly appreciate that commissioners want access to that information as well so that they can see it in an unvarnished manner. So to Sean's point, I think one of the phrases that's kind of getting used here is a ministerial change. And what we mean by a ministerial change is that there's certain changes that are mandated by the legislation that there's really not a significant policy decision to be made by the commission. In other words, there's going to be opportunities in our regulations to simply incorporate the statutory standard, or there might be an opportunity where there's a way to incorporate the statutory standard and there's 1 or 2 options. So a lot of those kinds of changes, whether they're prompted by the equity legislation, by commissioners or by staff, are going to be something that could proceed in some ways on its own track. The more sophisticated issues or complex issues are going to warrant these formations of working groups. And we realize that there's a limited number of commissioners and then there's a limited number of staff. So we want to be very smart about the formation of those working groups. And we want to be able to give the working groups a clear charter of what we would be asking them to deliberate on as a policy matter before we enter into creating a draft that gets submitted to the Secretary of State's office. So there's really, I just want to assure folks, there's no, staff has definitely been, to Commissioner Concepcion, your point, staff has definitely been tapped into here. Absolutely no concern there. In addition to identifying topics, staff through the staff survey, which we hope to present on at the next public meeting, has made suggestions from their perspective about what worked best in terms of process off the last regulatory round. So we want to bring those suggestions to the process as well. So I hope that I didn't probably capture everybody's question there, but I hope that helped.
Sean, I'm assuming you're the person calling on people. I don't doesn't mean the person you're Camargo.
Sure.
Madam
Go
Chair. Can I suggest something to the commissioners? To us commissioners? I want to see.
Are you asking me or?
Yeah, I just want to make a suggestion for my, I guess, for fellow commissioners. So I think this is it's a thing. There's a lot of questions still for us around the regs, the process. I do have to say, Sean, you and I have talked about this extensively. And I know that you, myself, and Bruce talked a little bit about it in terms of the operations of what it looks like. What's the process? How, what comes first? And I know you all have been walking us through it. And I know, again, we've talked about it publicly as well. I think for my fellow commissioners, you all know that I'm a sort of like, where's the training manual for this job, right? There's no manual for this job. There's no manual for commissioners to say, oh, here's the process. Besides you going on YouTube and looking at, old footage of the regs, and the process. And obviously, I think the commission staff and you all have figured out sort of better ways to do this. So I guess my suggestion is it would be good to have a more thorough conversation on the process and the operations and what does this look like, sort of like a map out version of what we are anticipating. Because I think what you're hearing, I think the frustration, not frustration, but just us asking questions, even though we've talked about it a little bit, is that we've never been through it. And I think what happens at the commission, we all know this, is that everyone's getting ready for public meeting. There's a hot topic, everything turns to the hot topic. And then we don't have all the information that we need to sometimes go into things. So, from a training perspective, and we all learn differently, I think we need to sort of put this on the agenda for next month to sort of like air it out a little bit amongst us, right? Because Sean, you're the traffic cop. You're having these conversations one-on-one with us. We're all these smaller conversations. It would be good to have a conversation. I want to hear what Commissioner Roy has to say. I want to hear what Commissioner Concepcion has to say and how we move along in this process so that we understand going into the reg process, also what our fellow commissioners are thinking, because we don't have the opportunity to do that due to the open meeting law. So that's just my piece. Commissioner Stebbins, I see your hand. And Commissioner Concepcion also had her hand up, but Madam Chair, I pass it back on to you because I can't call on people.
Sure, and again, I would agree with Commissioner Camargo, and I've been late to the game, and I think I'm the only commissioner who has actually not, been engaging, in this process, and I have not even, been able to make any suggestions for regulations. So I am very, very late to this process. Commissioner Stebbins, and I would appreciate exactly what Commissioner Camargo is saying, because I have a lot more catch up to do than everyone else. Commissioner Stebbins, and then Commissioner Concepcion.
Can I request that I go first? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure,
go
please.
ahead,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner
I saw his hand up
you.
first. I apologize.
First, to our executive director and general counsel's credit, I know that we've had these conversations. I know that there was a presentation that was given about the anticipated process, but it would be helpful because maybe I'm not, I thought what we had agreed to was a little bit different than what is happening now. And maybe we just need a little bit of a refresher about this going forward. So I think that's a good suggestion, Commissioner Camargo. I wrote down two thoughts just because I want to make sure I clarify some of the requests that I have. So I mentioned that overlap, and I want to make sure that when we do receive the information, we can see, first off, identifying which departments have identified the topic. I think that that's important. And I think that would also give us the ability to understand if there are multiple departments that are identifying the same issue. So those are the only two things that I just want to make sure when we do receive this information that that's seen, because it sounds like each department, like licensing and enforcement, so on and so forth, have given their list. But I would like to know, what they've identified as well. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you again. And Commissioner Stebbins, again, my apologies because I've sort of stepped out of this role for about an hour now. So anyway, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to maybe wrap up this conversation. It's an important conversation that we've been having. It certainly is found its way into several of our meetings. First of all, I'm happy that we have engaged staff. I've said many times that the concept of opening the regs was kind of a unique terminology for me, based on my last position, and the fact that many of the changes we found later in the maturity of our agency were brought forward by staff who were really seeing how things would play out on a day-to-day basis at a really granular basis. So I want to make sure that as we've asked them for their recommendations, their ideas, that they don't necessarily get set aside or put to the side just based on some kind of informal working groups. I want everybody to feel they have a chance that their question or their idea is vetted appropriately and obviously raised with the commissioners. And again, then we need to adopt the policy and move forward. I think what would be helpful for me, and maybe we can add this to our November meeting agenda, because there are two pieces I think that are helpful. First, a process that we're obligated to follow by law and by regulation in terms of, and where I'm coming down on this is, we know what we have to do by November 2023. I think there's a category of items related to that deadline that we need to kind of begin to build back from, right? We need to know, and there's a full regulatory process behind this, when things need to be out, how long they need to allow for public comment. So I think at our next meeting, if we could just kind of revisit for everybody's education what some of those timelines are, I think that would be helpful. As well as have a conversation amongst ourselves of, once we bring a policy or an idea forward, or we adopt a potential change to the regulations, what is, and this might fall to Matt and our communications and our kind of external stakeholder team, is thinking through how we can go ahead and conduct that. And since the five of us have not been through that before with this group, it would be great to hear your ideas in terms of public comments, regional hearings and things like that as part of this process. So again, kind of two buckets. What can we do to make this a process that's really engaging and make sure that input is not discounted from anywhere? And then secondly, what are those required timelines that we need to follow? Because I do think it's important. I don't want to tie us to a calendar, but I think with the things that we know we'd have to do by November of next year, we got to begin to build back some of those dates so that we meet the regulatory requirements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. And Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question. Aside from the ministerial and conforming changes, as commissioners, when we submitted our lists, we were asked to rank them in order of personal importance, how we'd want to address them. And I'm wondering if the staff ranked them so we know what's of more importance to them, if they were ranked in any way, either based on department or, so we can really address those issues if they are of more urgency than other issues. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
No thing. I was just turning it back over to you.
Thank you. So the staff lists are more of just a compilation of topics. So for instance, I didn't rank mine. The reason I did ask commissioners to rank them is so that in order of importance, I understand which topics you want to personally dig in on. So in other words, if all five of you identified social consumption, being that that's the slide we remain on, it would allow me, if social consumption was top on your list, but it was fifth on someone else's, that may help me engage a commissioner, but also let the other commissioner know, because it wasn't your top, knowing that at any time, two of you can work on an issue, but three of you may not. It was mostly to manage the open meeting law implications for that. Not to suggest that we won't get to a topic, but instead that we could prioritize it accordingly based on your individual preferences. So staff have the ability to work across the entire spectrum of issues. So that was the tactical effort there.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. And so in the interest of timing things, I think that we can move this to next month. But I also, again, I wanted to give everyone an opportunity, to chime in, because again, as we noted, open meeting laws preclude us from being able to have some of these conversations with all 5 of us at the table. So again, while this has been a long time, but I think it's been helpful. But Mr. Director, and again, I know that I've looked at it, but how many more pages are here? What do you think? I mean, because I want to make sure that I am cognizant of time, biology, and hunger. We may want to go to a lunch break, and then we can, take a 15-minute break later. So I just would ask your input on that. How much?
I can,
and we should indulge you to be able to move as quickly as possible while making sure that we have a full conversation.
Sure. Heard. Let me, let me offer one final comment on this item, and then I have one more item to address. It can be as brief, it may provoke a conversation, so I want to be sensitive to that, but my introduction of it at least will be brief nonetheless. And this actually responding to Commissioner Stebbins' point. Haley, if you wouldn't mind kind of going to 3 slides forward. I think it's slide 22 in the deck. So we've contemplated this, the stakeholder engagement especially. We've talked about it throughout the entire process. It's also something this agency has done throughout its entire history. And again, I describe it in the last bullet here as historic and prospective, which is meaningful stakeholder engagement early and often. Further, we indicated in this slide, we will continue to meet with commissioners to discuss this process. We will absolutely do that. And then lastly, I just wanted to flag that we've actually surveyed our staff that participated in the previous rounds and engaged them in such a way that said, what did you like about previous processes? What did you wish you had going forward? And one of the kind of the more common themes we heard from that is, I wish I had time. I wish I had the space to do it. I wish I had the bandwidth to do it. And so those are things that are all being baked into this process, that have been baked into this process and will be baked into this process. So I appreciate that that's a continued sentiment amongst the commission as well, and a continued priority. I also want to share with you that it's shared by staff as well. And so that is our kind of evergreen commitment as how we conduct our business. So I just wanted to flag that. And I promise I didn't feverishly type this slide in the background while you were discussing. This was here all along. So in fact, it's a relief that I think there's alignment there. The next and final update from me, actually, there's a few other things that I can motor through, but this one I think is critical. And I think other commissioners have discussed it, which is obviously President Biden's announcement of the marijuana pardons and the federal review that will also follow. Obviously, the attention has really been the pardons under federal law, and I just add that italicized caveat that it's under federal law. But important to me, and I think this agency, was his request for HHS and DOJ to review how cannabis is scheduled under federal law. And obviously, as folks may know, it's under Schedule 1 right now, which is the strictest schedule that any product can be under, any drug can be listed under. It's like heroin and LSD. Therefore, basically what the federal government says by scheduling it there's really no purpose or reason to research it. There's no effective use for it. Folks may argue otherwise, and I may be counted amongst them. But what is the impact on Massachusetts if DOJ and HHS were in fact to consider rescheduling cannabis? This is why I highlighted the research facility license earlier for you. It may open up research opportunities here in Massachusetts, and I would argue, perhaps I'm biased, Massachusetts would be the premier location for any cannabis research to occur. We are incredibly well equipped from an institutional standpoint. We have world-class higher ed institutions that are conducting really high-level academic research throughout Massachusetts, including our own flagship university system at UMass. We have a thriving medical sector here, a world-class medical sector in Massachusetts, with the highest rated teaching hospitals in the country and in the world. And we have a thriving biotech sector here in Massachusetts. And then perhaps selfishly, most importantly, we have research licenses available in Massachusetts. Those things taken in concert, I think provide the right environment for this to move the needle potentially. And so I don't want to discount or gloss over that. And I think it's as I look at what the potential for rescheduling could be, what a massive opportunity that would represent. That's the positive. The risk of rescheduling is the potential disruption to market. We know that in Massachusetts, we have statutory and regulatory based missions and priorities. It's not to suggest those things would be matched at the federal level. We've talked about farming, we've talked about cultivation today. In a context where interstate commerce could be possible, where does Massachusetts fit in that environment? We have incredibly high standards. Oftentimes that's to the frustration of our licensees. Would products coming in potentially from out of state meet those standards? Will they be obligated to meet those standards? So where does interstate commerce fall into that? And obviously the introduction of new market competition. We've talked about supply as it exists in Massachusetts, the risk of saturation, those types of things. So I guess I wanted to present the commission that, one, this is obviously something that bears monitoring, bears watching, and bears, I think, a devotion of our energy and time. And obviously, I think as this discussion happens at the federal level, what is our degree of outreach? What is our degree of engagement in that conversation? Because I think we're incredibly well equipped on the research side, and it could shake loose that activity. But there's also inherent risk in a federal marketplace forming, and obviously it forming in a way that, and obviously we know how long it's taken us to kind of get our arms around what a cannabis marketplace would look like just in Massachusetts, never mind a federal landscape and what that would look like. And I obviously think about those regulatory players federally that would be implicated by any rescheduling, certainly the FDA. It could also free up EPA aspects relative to pesticides and pesticide applications. So that there's a lot of moving pieces to rescheduling. Obviously, the president describing it as being an expeditious review. I'm confident that the folks at HHS and DOJ will be cognizant of the impact on state markets, and cognizant, but also hopeful that they'd be cognizant of that. So I just wanted to put that out there for the commission to understand, and also be aware that it's something I'm watching very closely. And obviously, I'm sure you'll join me in kind of looking at that landscape.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Can you just, again, can you tell us how many more slides you like
I think
to
there's
cover?
two
Again,
after this.
I was hoping we'd get to noon and, you know, sort of figure out what we do the break. But anyway, I'll leave this to you. Sorry.
Yep. So the final two slides are basically hiring updates. We are hiring at a rate that is, I guess, typical for us, perhaps uncommon for others. So you see here that we have onboarded a number of staff in the past couple of days and weeks. That includes 2 AGCs, Director of Human Resources, Director of Testing, 3 licensing specialists, and a project coordinator for HR. We're building our teams. We're identifying final candidates for AGC, investigators, project coordinators for communications, as well as one for digital media. So again, those are folks, that's our process moving forward. And then lastly here is an openings. So this is my sales pitch. Please look at our website. Please go to Mass Careers. Please check our social media. Please check any trade organizations or magazines or publications. We try to broadcast as wide a net. Fiscal specialist for our finance team, project coordinator for research, lab and testing analyst for our testing team, manager of community outreach, manager of equity programming, strategic partnerships, legal assistant, and constituent services associate. We are an agency that is hiring, so please come and join us. And I'll talk later in the annual activities report about the dynamics of our agency, which hopefully will also serve as a bit more of a recruiting tool for the team you could be joining if you do choose and elect to apply for our agency. So that is it for me, and I appreciate your time and indulgence, and I'm sorry to keep you so late, but also thank you as well for the feedback and engagement you've provided me.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally blame you for how long this has gone.
It is my fault.
Anyway, so you know, we're at the 2-hour and almost 15-minute mark right now. You know, since we haven't taken a recess, I might suggest that we take a lunch break right now for 30 minutes, unless anybody has any thoughts. Otherwise, I think we'll be more efficient. Mr. Director, do you have any thoughts on that?
I have no thoughts or preferences. I defer to the commission.
Okay, great. So if the other commissioners don't have any questions or comments or pushback on that, any discussion? If not, I will entertain a motion for a 30-minute lunch recess. Commissioner Camargo, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So it is 12:14. We will reconvene at 12:45. So you're getting your money, maybe? That's good. Because I had another under 200 report for you and happily an over 5,000 for me. So that's better. Oh, good. Excellent. So you're gonna be rich. Well, let them argue over it. Do you think you're in the right? Do you think you're sort of in the middle? Yeah. Well, again, you haven't come. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 No, that sounds good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fun. Well, I'm got a headache sitting through my meeting, and hopefully this will all be the bad part will be over soon. Mhm.
Testing, testing. Anybody hear me? Oh, we're live. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you,
we
thank
can
you,
hear you. Yep.
thank you. Just checking because I had some difficulties with the computer earlier.
What if we said no? Just kidding.
Hmm?
What if we said no? We can't hear you.
Hmm. Well, then I would have chewed my lunch out loud. I ran downstairs to get sushi. It's delicious.
And the benefits of being back in the office.
I'm jealous. I had a day-old salad.
Katie came down, made me a quick lunch. Then I had to escort the dog for a quick walk.
Bio break for the dog.
Yep.
Well, I had a sandwich out of a vending machine, so I think I get the last place prize. I don't know if I can recommend the cuisine at the train station.
I don't mean to laugh, but it's
And my apologies for hot mic counseling my daughter through her first apartment. So apologies if I did not properly. I thought I had muted. So apologies for that. And apologies to my daughter. Okay, do we have, if I need to, I know Sean stepped out for a second.
I'm
Mr.
here.
Oh, okay, you're there. Okay. I'm trying to think if I do, I don't know if I don't think I need a motion to reconvene. I think we just know. Okay. All right. So the next item on the agenda are recommendations from staff regarding different license applications. Ms. Suko Defoe will be presenting the staff's licensing recommendations today. Before I turn things over to Ms. Defoe, I understand Commissioner Roy has a blanket condition and we'll turn things over to her to articulate the condition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I have done in previous months, I'm placing with your approval, the commission, a blanket condition on all change of ownership. As I read through them, there are multiple entities added, entities removed, numerous individuals added, and I just want to help ensure that the diversity plans and positive impact plans are effectuated, and if they're not going to be, that they notify us, the commission. So again, that is my reasoning behind this condition. And having said that, I will read that. To help ensure compliance with 500-1045 and 501-1045, it is required by new ownership that an update be provided to the commission within 5 days of any changes, modifications, or implementation issues of prior ownership's commission approved diversity plan and or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Ms. Defoe, can I turn things over to you to begin the recommendations for change of ownership applications?
Yes, I'm ready. So the first change of ownership that we have is Medvan Boston LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 6 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, the commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendations to approve the change of ownership for Medman Boston LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioners. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, can you second that?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. And moving on to MME Newton Retail LLC.
The licensee here is MME Newton Retail LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add 6 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision of this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for MME Newton Retail LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioners. Commissioner Roy, do you have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving to Nature's Embrace Incorporated.
The licensee here is Nature's Embrace Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license. They are requesting 5 individuals and 3 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for Nature's Embrace Incorporated, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioners. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. And finally, Neo Manufacturing LLC.
The licensee here is Neo Manufacturing MA LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add 4 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for Neo Manufacturing, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioner. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Now we'll be moving to staff recommendations concerning provisional license application. Each application will be voted upon separately. I understand Commissioner Stebbins may have some comments to make. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, with respect to provisionals, and I think Commissioner Roy mentioned this before in her comments, it's great to see that we have 9 SEP, EE, and DBE applicants this month for provisional licenses. So certainly wishing them all the best and of luck in their efforts. I do want to express some disappointment with respect to what I call carbon copying of positive impact plans and diversity plans. I want to urge all of our licensees, create a plan that is unique to you, your establishment, and your community. I want to give our licensees the opportunities for success to impact their community and achieve the success intended in the statute with respect to priorities for impacting disproportionately areas and individuals and building diversity in this young industry. For me, copying someone else's plan or using one created for you and others is pretty disappointing. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner. If we can move to the first 220 O'Neill LLC, number MRN 284345 retail.
The applicant here is 220 O'Neill LLC. The proposed location is 220 O'Neill Boulevard, located in Attleboro. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional license for 220 O'Neill LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by any commissioners. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
I have a condition, Madam Chair.
Oh, sure, sorry.
For 220 O'Neill LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 50146 A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. Consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you be in a position to move?
Yeah, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to the second, Auntie Bud's LLC, doing business as High Flyers, number MBN 282396 microbusiness. If you could review that, thank you.
The applicant here is Auntie Bud's LLC, doing business as High Flyers. The proposed location is 34 North Maple Street, located in Florence. They are seeking a micro business license. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant and license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, and I believe Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For this licensee, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for outreach to nearby area of disproportionate impact designated community of Springfield and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11 and provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Auntie Bud's LLC, doing business as High Flyers, subject to the condition articulated by the Commissioner. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to the third, Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as Up Top, number MRN 284694 retail.
The applicant here is Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as Up Top. The proposed location is 315 Worcester Road, located in Framingham. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional applications for Beacon Compassion. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving to number 4, Bodega Incorporated doing business as Flight Cannabis, number MRN 281353, retail.
The applicant here is Bodega Incorporated, doing business as Flight Cannabis. The proposed location is 1686 Massachusetts Avenue, located in Cambridge. They are seeking a retail license and received expedited review as a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And there are conditions. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Bodega Inc., retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935-500-140G6G, please include facts regarding substance use disorder signs and symptoms, as well as a referral information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline in your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for outreach to nearby area of disproportionate impact designated community of Boston, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11. Provide any updates to the CCC licensing division.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Bodega Inc. doing business as Fly Cannabis, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioners. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. On to number 5, Cannabis of Worcester LLC, number MRN 284603, retail.
The applicant here is Cannabis of Worcester LLC. The proposed location is 56 Millbrook Street, located in Worcester. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff to recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cannabis of Worcester LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 500-146G, please include facts regarding substance use disorder signs and symptoms, as well as referral information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline in your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Cannabis of Worcester LLC. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. We're moving to number 6. Community Care Collective Incorporated doing business as Collective, number MPN 282204, product manufacturing.
The applicant here is Community Care Collective Incorporated, doing business as Collective. The proposed location is 537 Great Road, located in Littleton. They are seeking a product manufacturing license and received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff to recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Community Care Collective doing business as Collective. No, there are no conditions. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. On to 7. Eddie's Flowers, Inc., number MRN 284579, retail.
The applicant here is Eddie's Flowers Incorporated. The proposed location is 23 Ringe State Road, located in Ashburnham. They are seeking a retail license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Eddie's Flowers Retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935-500-146G. Please include facts regarding substance use disorder signs and symptoms, as well as the referral information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline in your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Eddie's Flowers, subject to the condition articulated by the commissioner. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to 8. Green Adventures LLC, number MRN 284489, retail.
The applicant here is Green Adventure LLC. The proposed location is 14 West Street, located in Ware. They are seeking a retail license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Green Adventures LLC, retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935-500-146. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan, consider any strategy for outreach to nearby area of disproportionate impact designated communities in close proximity to host community of Ware, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11, and provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Green Adventure LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioners. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, is there a second?
Second.
Any questions and comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to 9, Infused Element LLC, number MPN 282201, product manufacturing.
The applicant here is Infused Element LLC. The proposed location is 1 Cabot Street, number 2, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a product manufacturing license and received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Infused Element LLC, product manufacturing. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Infused Element LLC. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to 10, Mass Greenwoods LLC, doing business as Prolific, number MRN 284644 retail.
The applicant here is Mass Greenwoods LLC, doing business as Prolific. The proposed location is 116 Harvard Avenue, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license and received priority review as an economic empowerment applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Mass Greenwoods LLC retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935-500-146. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Mass Greenwoods LLC, doing business as Prolific, subject to the conditions articulated by the Commissioner. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Moving on to 11, Pineapple Express LLC, number MDA, excuse me, 1306, marijuana delivery operator.
The applicant here is Pineapple Express LLC. The proposed location is 124C West Street, located in Ware. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license and received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pineapple Express marijuana delivery operator, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146-5, a delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational materials available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Pineapple Express, subject to the conditions articulated by the Commissioner. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Concepcion?
I actually had a comment before I
beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I had a comment and not a condition to add to this license. In the past, what I like to do is highlight those applicants and licensees that are incorporating within their positive impact plans, plans to particularly impact those with criminal records. And I wanted to highlight Pineapple Express for their plan that includes an annual record sealing workshop which teaches people with criminal records what records can be sealed, how to seal them, and also assisting them through the sealing process with the courts and the probation department, depending on the record at hand. So I just wanted to take a moment to highlight that, tip my hat off to them, and just thank them for their work and continuing that. So I want to encourage other people, if you're watching, if you're going through this process, that's something that I have an eye towards, and just continue to encourage. That's all. And I can second if you would like for me to second at this point.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that second, Commissioner Concepcion. Are there any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving to number 12, Sears Farm Wellness LLC, doing business as Wildflower Wellness, number MRN 284018 retail.
The applicant here is Sears Farms Wellness LLC, doing business as Wildflower Wellness. The proposed location is 215 Sears Road, located in Swansea. They are seeking a retail license and received expedited review as a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
I have 2 conditions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sears Farm Wellness LLC Retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935-500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Condition number 2, prior to performing job functions at marijuana establishment, all mentor program participants, as stated in goal number 1 of your positive impact plan, must become registered agents in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and provide agent registration card to the Commission upon request pursuant to 935-500-030. A marijuana establishment shall apply for registration for all its employees, owners, executives, and volunteers who are associated with that marijuana establishment. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Sears Farm Wellness, doing business as Wildflower Wellness, subject to the conditions articulated by the Commissioner. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none approved. Moving on to 13, Seaside Joint Ventures, doing business as Seaside Cannabis Company, number MRN 284549 retail.
The applicant here is Seaside Joint Ventures Incorporated, doing business as Seaside Cannabis Company. The proposed location is 14 Lots Hollow, located in Orleans. They are seeking a retail license and received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Seaside Joint Ventures, Inc., retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935-500-146. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Seaside Joint Ventures, doing business as Seaside Cannabis Company, subject to conditions articulated by the Commissioner. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved. 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving to 14, Simply Lifted, number MBN 282399 micro business.
The applicant here is Simply Lifted Incorporated. The proposed location is 167 Grove Street, located in Middleborough. They are seeking a micro business license and received expedited review as a social equity participant and by license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Simply Lifted Incorporated. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving to 15, Sunny Days Incorporated, number MCN 283692, cultivation tier 2 indoor.
This is actually a co-located establishment with the retail. Numbers 15 and 16.
So do you want, all right, so you can cover, okay, so we will do 15 and 16, and then so Sunny Days, number MRN 284636 retail. Thank you.
The applicant here is Sunny Days Incorporated. This is a co-located establishment with a proposed location of Greenfield Road, lot 157-7 and lot 159-1, located in Deerfield. They are seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor and retail license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And I believe that on the cultivation tier 2, we have a condition from Commissioner Roy.
Yes, thank you. On Sunny Days cultivation tier 2 indoor, prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120-12 and 935 CMR 500-120-14. Thank you.
And Commissioner,
And the retail. Do you want me to do the retail one too?
Why don't you just, I mean, again, I think we need to take separate roll calls for these, so let Commissioner Stebbins bring
Sure, absolutely.
his condition on the
Thank
cultivation. You. Commissioner Stebbins? Oh. Commissioner Stebbins? Can people hear me?
Mhm.
Commissioner Stebbins?
He's frozen.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Why don't we hold the vote on this, and we'll go to the retail, and Commissioner Roy has conditions, and then we'll come back to number 15 when Commissioner Stebbins gets back on. So Commissioner Roy, you have a condition for the retail?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For Sunny Days Inc. retail, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146 A through J, please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. Consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Okay. We have a quorum, so unless I see anything in the next couple of seconds, I may, I don't want to miss an opportunity for him to submit his, all right, we'll take, why don't we take a vote on this, and we'll see how he gets on. We have a quorum to act on the retail with the condition, and we can go back to 15 unless any of the commissioners raises a question about that might be the best thing to do. So I'll seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Sunny Days retail, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioner. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And again, I don't see Commissioner Stebbins. Mr. Director, are you popping in because you have a suggestion, or how do you?
If you want to conclude this vote, I will then ask if you'd be entertaining a brief recess.
That's fine. Okay. So the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 4 in favor and none opposed. And I will go into a brief recess. Should we say 5 minutes? I'd like your recommendation on how we sort of deal with the technical issues.
5 minutes should be fine.
Okay, thank you. Hello, can people hear me?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Hi. So just to FYI, so Commissioner Stebbins has lost power. So they're working on connectivity, and I realized I jumped off of the meeting without formally going into recess. What I'd like to do is give us an additional 15 minutes to see if we can troubleshoot that. So I will, I'll seek a motion to go into recess until 1:45. Commissioner Roy, would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you like to second that? Wait a minute. Is Commissioner, oh, there, okay. I was afraid we lost Commissioner Concepcion. Are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, I will enter, we will take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo? Is she frozen? Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will take a 15-minute recess to work against the power gods here. Thank you.
It appears as though Commissioner Stebbins has reemerged from the darkness.
Eversource heard my prayers.
Commissioner Stebbins, I'm like, technically we have a quorum.
Could have kept going without me, but I did have a couple of conditions that we may have just walked past, but that's all right.
You know, last time,
This will
yeah,
teach me Commissioner should be in the office.
there you go. But also, you know, it happened to me last month where I was frozen and I sent my commission, the condition in writing, the ones that I couldn't get out in public.
Welcome back, Commish. We
Thank you.
missed you.
Thank you, Eversource.
Are we still technically on break till 1:45? Because I'm going to take advantage of that.
You are. Yes, you
Okay.
are.
Thank you.
Ah.
Okay. Now 146, and I have, excuse me, I'm sorry, losing my voice. So Commissioner Stebbins, we did take a vote on number 16, Sunny Days Retail. Commissioner Roy submitted her condition, but we did not get yours, and I'm still getting reacquainted with my Robert's rules, and I would like someone on the legal team to tell me whether or not it is appropriate to seek a motion to reconsider, or if Commissioner, if Commissioner Stebbins would like to us to reconsider the vote with his conditions.
Madam Chair, do you want me to answer first, or do you want to hear from?
Please, thank you. Yes. Yep.
Sure. Yeah, so I think that the commission could move to reconsider. I would recommend that you establish as a basis for the motion that there was technical difficulties preventing Commissioner Stebbins from participating in that vote.
Okay. All right. Recognizing that there were technical difficulties that precluded Commissioner Stebbins from participating in the vote on Sunny Days Retail, I would entertain a motion to reconsider from Commissioner Stebbins.
Madam Chair, I'd move that the commission reconsider the provisional application for Sunny Days Retail MRN 284636 due to technical difficulties on my end that I was not able to participate in the first vote.
Okay. Commissioner Concepcion, would you like to second that?
Second.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The motion carries. So we will go back to Sunny Days as if it didn't happen. I think we have so anyway, we've heard the reading and the description of both Sunny Days for cultivation and retail. Well, Commissioner Roy, just because again, I'm still rusty on these rules. If you wouldn't mind repeating your condition on the retail.
I can.
And
Thank you much.
And then we'll go back to cultivation because we're already there. Okay.
Okay. Sunny Days Inc. Retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935, 500, 146 A through J, please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. Consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for nearby areas of disproportionate impact designated communities in close proximity to host community of Deerfield, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11 and provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Sunny Days Incorporated Retail, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioners. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Let the record reflect that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Now, sorry, I'm moving on backwards to Sunny Days Inc. Cultivation, and Commissioner Roy has a condition.
Oh, okay. Sunny Days Inc. We're in cultivation.
Cultivation, yep.
Indoor, yep. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan, consider any strategy for nearby areas of disproportionate impact, designated communities in close proximity to host community of Deerfield, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11. Provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Sunny Days cultivation, subject to the conditions articulated by the commissioners. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and my still figuring out some of these Roberts rules here. So moving on to 17. UC Retail LLC, number MRN 284616, retail.
The applicant here is UC Retail LLC. The proposed location is 489 Main Street, Unit A, located in Groton. They are seeking a retail license and they received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
For UC Retail LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include referral information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline in your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for UC Retail, subject to the conditions articulated by the Commissioner. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. And finally, number 18, Grass Appeal LLC, doing business as Blackstone Valley Cannabis, RMDA, excuse me, 3770, vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center.
The applicant here is Grass Appeal LLC, doing business as Blackstone Valley Cannabis. The proposed location for its cultivation, product manufacturing, and dispensing operations is 79 River Road, located in Uxbridge. They are seeking a medical treatment center license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final application for licensure, review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region, and not only based on overall state statistics, in accordance with 935 CMR 501.101 1A11 and 501.101 1C8K, and provide any updates to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Grass Appeal, doing business as Blackstone Valley Cannabis, subject to the conditions articulated by the Commissioner. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Next, we will address the staff recommendations concerning final license applications. The recommendations will be voted on in 3 rosters, items 1 through 6 and 8 through 12, item 7 on its own, and item 13 on its own. Ms. DeVoe, do you have any statements or comments regarding the final license applications?
Not at this time, Chair.
Okay. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for final licenses, specifically items 1 through 6 and 8 through 12 on the agenda, subject to the conditions imposed by any commissioner. I'm sorry, no conditions. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Any comments or questions from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. For the next motion, Chair O'Brien will be recusing herself. I will now shut off my camera and turn the meeting over to Commissioner Stebbins, and give me a moment to, and obviously trying to, sorry. There we go.
Okay, commissioners, thank you. And thanks to Eversource for allowing me to rejoin the meeting. I'm seeking a motion to approve the recommendation for final license, specifically item number 7 on the agenda, Greenfield Greenery LLC, license number MC 283117, subject to the conditions recommended by staff as included in your board book. Is there a motion? Are there any questions?
Commissioner, can I ask, are there members of our licensing enforcement team that are joining this portion of the meeting?
I know we have Ms. Defoe here. I believe Mr. Potvin is also available to answer any questions you might have. Okay. And we also have members of our legal team if there are any additional questions.
I think it might benefit us all to have some additional context here about this application and sort of the process with this application, and also a change of ownership conversation that's happening. So maybe Kyle, if you might just kind of give us an overview of what this is.
Sure, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, and good afternoon, commissioners. Greenfield Greenery LLC, as outlined here on the commission's public meeting agenda, staff is recommending it for final licensure based on established processes, namely the fact that they were originally issued a provisional license. They were inspected by our investigators within our investigations and enforcement department, and their facility and their operations and standard operating procedures were deemed to be fully compliant as outlined on the executive summary that was including in the commission meeting materials for your consideration. Therefore, at this point, staff are recommending it for final licensure. I'm also happy to entertain any specific questions that you might have.
Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any further questions?
I'm bringing up my notes here.
Sure.
So I had a couple just about the timeline. Mr. Potvin, so this is our 3rd time with this license on the agenda, correct?
I believe, so if you include its renewal, it would be the third time the commission, this would be the third vote on this license at some stage in the process.
Do you mind going through what those previous votes were for?
Yeah, absolutely. So based on the commission's licensing system, Mass CIP, the licensee here, Greenfield Greenery, was originally approved for a provisional license by this commission on February 11, 2021. That was the first vote. The second vote, just incidentally, was for its first renewal, which was approximately 1 year later in February of 2022 at that public meeting. And now this is the third vote for consideration for final licensure.
That's helpful. And for each of those instances, so February 11th, 2021, February 10th, 2022, and then today, do you mind giving us a list of those in direct and indirect ownership for this entity? For clarity's sake, both for us and for anyone who's participating.
Yeah, I think for the sake of accuracy, based on also going off of our official licensing system, which is the official record keeping system for our licensees, I can tell you that when the license was voted on and was before the Commission for Provisional Licensure on February 11th of 2021, the individuals that were listed as persons with direct or indirect control, having direct or indirect control, were Randy Facey, Angie Facey, and Shannon O'Brien. That was the initial vote for provisional licensure, and those were the individuals listed on the license application for your consideration at that time. So that is one point in time. As of today, the license record that is maintained by Mass CIP shows that the individuals listed as persons with direct and indirect control are Randy Facey and Angie Facey.
Okay. Thank you. And then are you able to provide the information for that February 10th, 2022 in terms of direct and indirect ownership?
On who was on the license record at that time?
Yes.
For your consideration for renewal. Give me 1 second. Let me take a look in our licensing system, and I can get that information for you.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Concepcion, the answer to your question, at the time that the commission voted on the renewal application as submitted, originally submitted in December of 2021, December 31st, 2021, and for the vote that happened on February 10th of 2022, the individuals that were listed on the license record on the renewal application and therefore was updated upon the approval of the renewal. The individuals that were listed as persons with direct and indirect control were Randy Facey and Angie Facey.
Okay. And so these are the three, including today, the 3 times that we've seen this license, but we have not had it on our agenda for a change of ownership, correct?
That is correct.
And according to our regs, I see our enforcement counsel here as well. Maybe I'll ask you this instead of giving my own interpretation. Do you mind walking us through section 104 of the regulations in terms of change of ownership and what that process is and what happens if that process does not take place?
Are you asking Counselor Enforcement Counsel or Mr. Papa?
I'm asking Enforcement Counsel Rebecca Lopez.
Okay. Counsel Lopez, you can join us when you're ready.
Sure, let me just pull up the regulation if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
So in general, the process of change of ownership is an application process, as you know, that when an owner is going to be added onto the license at a certain threshold in terms of their equity interest, then the entity, the licensed entity, would submit a change of ownership application, which would be processed and considered by the enforcement department. Not in all instances is the application submission required. It does depend on the action that is being taken by the licensed entity in terms of the ownership change and the equity interest involved. And the assessment of whether or not a change of ownership is required through application is an assessment that is made on a fact-dependent basis.
And then can you tell me what happens if an entity does not ascribe to that regulation in terms of notification and going through the change of ownership process?
So if the enforcement department identifies that there has been a violation of the notice requirement or the requirement to submit or seek approval of an ownership change, then the customary process in that instance would be to issue a notice of deficiency relative to the violation and to receive or offer the licensee the opportunity to submit a plan of correction in response. And then other potential consequences could be that the violation itself is an inquiry is opened in terms of the change of ownership itself. But that's usually not in relation to a notification issue. That's more, that can be an inquiry that is done separately regarding the merits of the change of ownership application itself. And that is part of the review of the application. But in terms of notification, that is usually handled through our standard compliance dialogue relative to notices of deficiency and plans of correction.
And is this license undergoing that evaluation currently? I don't know if you're able to provide that, but if you're able to provide that information.
I would prefer not to speak to that.
Okay, that's fine. Setting. That's fine. One more question and I'll hand it off. I know I'm asking a lot. I just wanted to get some, you know, this is our opportunity together to ask these questions. The last thing is that in our meeting materials, it states that there's no new information that's been discovered by the Cannabis Control Commission regarding the suitability of a license since the issuance of that February 2021 provisional license. And maybe now I'll ask Kyle, because I know this is a part of that licensing, either one of you, sort of how does that, because there were some changes that happened here, is that a consistent statement with the facts that we have before us?
It is a consistent statement based on the available and known information that we have at this time as we are currently performing a due diligence review. So that statement is accurate.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, did you have your hand raised?
Commissioner Roy can go. She has her hand raised.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Okay. My question is to Council Lopez. I just want to be clear before we move to vote on this license that according, like Mr. Potvin said, according to Mass CIP, Shannon O'Brien is not listed as having direct or indirect control on this license.
So as Director Potvin just stated, we can, you know, say that in our licensing records, Shannon O'Brien is not listed on the licensing record for this licensee at this time.
And Commissioner Roy, I would, as it's the licensing record, and while Enforcement Counsel Lopez's input is always welcome and appreciated, just as confirmation again, as the Director of Licensing for the Commission, I can also confirm that that statement is accurate.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Potvin, so I just want to reiterate also that according to your best of your ability in licensing, that this license is in full compliance before us today, suitable for vote and review and vote.
Based on the Commission's longstanding practice of I guess for a lack of better terms, shepherding licensees through our application of licensing process.
Yeah.
Based on that established process, the staff do still recommend this license for final licensure.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one last question. I'm sorry, then I'll hand it off to Commissioner Camargo. There is a precedent where the commission has voted when their change of ownership has not been voted on before the commission, but we voted on other aspects of the license, whether in renewal or provisional or final. Is that accurate?
It's accurate to the fact with the exception of provisional.
Okay.
Because changes of ownership only affect licensees.
Final and
Yeah.
renewal.
Yes, that there have been numerous instances of that. The
Okay.
exact number I don't have, but yes, they're two
Okay.
separate processes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you. So I have a few questions, and thank you for all the questions that have been asked already. So, General Counsel, I think you're on as well. But I guess a few questions, and you guys can break these down however you want to break them down. One is, how is this all possible without a change of ownership in front of us? That's one. Two is like, I don't know, General Counsel or Compliance Counsel, Enforcement Counsel, Rebecca Lopez, what can you all provide us some clarity on the process of sort of like this situation in terms of us voting on this today? So I know there's there's different options. So I think it'll be good for us to hear those options. I think also for the public to hear those options, but I think I have some other questions too, but those two questions I would like answered before I go to the other questions.
So I can just, so Commissioner, thank you for your question. I would just say that what's before the commission is this final license application. So the commission is evaluating whether the licensee is compliant with the statutory requirements under Section 5 B2 and the regulatory requirements under Section 500.103 sub 2. So that's the limits of the commission's consideration. Under the regulations, we do consider the application process for licensure to be distinct from an application process for a change of ownership and control. So under the regulations, the commission has viewed those as two separate processes. We also, under our regulations, for example, Section 500.002, consider application materials and investigatory materials to be confidential. So while staff is conducting its review of the pending application for a change of ownership and control, they are maintaining the confidentiality of the records. And that's, for various reasons in order to basically ensure the integrity of the commission's process. So if you don't have any further questions to me in that regard, I will turn it over to Rebecca Lopez.
General Counsel, I think you may be able to answer the other question as well in terms of what are our options here as well.
Sure.
I want to hear that as well.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for clarifying that. So the commission has an option to approve the license with conditions, deny the license, remand with directions to the executive director and staff to take additional actions. The commission can also move to postpone consideration of the license. There is theoretically an option for the commission to not take any action at all. That has a certain degree of complexity to it, but it is among your options.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Lopez, how did we so thank you for that, General Counsel. How did we determine that, and I'm going to, for this instance, I'm going to say Shannon O'Brien. Shannon O'Brien does not have ownership in this license if we ourselves have not seen a change of ownership or the background on the change of ownership. So how are we determining that without that being in front of us today?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner Camargo. So again, what the Investigations and Enforcement Department is bringing before you today is a complete application in regards to compliance with Commission regulations based on our established process and based on the records and documents that we have at this time. So we can convey to you the facts as they are demonstrated by the record. We cannot make any other, representation in terms of an opinion relative to the current license status, because that is not what is presently before you. That's where the change of ownership application, which is still pending, comes into play.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have another question, but Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any questions?
No, finish your questions.
Okay,
Did you want to direct I think you wanted to direct a question to Director Potvin, or no?
Yeah, well, I do have, I guess I don't know who this question's for. I'm glad that all the lawyers are here today. But how does this, and I have to ask, how does this all comply with our enhanced code of ethics as pertaining to ownership on a license for any commissioner, while still not having the change of ownership in front of us?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So as to the extent that the chair had any concerns about any ethics issues, she's recused herself. So the commission is basically moving forward with the remaining commissioners. It can vote on the application, has a quorum, it has enough to take official action. There's not any ethics issues that run directly to the commission as a body. The ethics issues run to the commission, individual commissioners, so and staff, and individual and commissioners and staff have been, all been so advised. Mm-hmm. So I would say to you that from my perspective, you should be considering the license application in terms of its compliance with the requirements for licensure set forth in our statute and regs. Mm-hmm. The ethics issues are kind of separate from that consideration.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess my question is also, so I have a twofold question on this one, Christine, and I don't know if I guess if I was unclear a little bit, is I get what you're saying, and I know why our chair is recusing herself today. Obviously, that's the ethics issue, but I guess my question is our enhanced code of ethics, right? So yeah, as it pertains to,
I see.
Yeah. So as and let me just tie it to this, as it pertains as well to what record do we have, right? We have to vote on this. Yeah. So what record, as one of our options, what record do we have that we can speak to today that Shannon O'Brien is, according to sort of what y'all saying, that she's not listed as a direct? So what record do we have of that right now? Okay. And also tying that to the enhanced code of ethics.
So Commissioner, I think, so I would highlight to you, so the commission under by law established an enhanced code of ethics. And that enhanced code of ethics, specifically section 6 sub F, provides no commissioner or employee may hold a license or registration issued by the commission. So the essential legal question there is whether a commissioner holds a license issued by the commission. So this phrase has not been interpreted either by the commission or the State Ethics Commission or any kind of reviewing court. So it's the interpretation of that provision and its application here is an unsettled issue. Okay. So in other words, the commission could discuss and deliberate that to the extent that it considered that to be relevant to this, what's before it. So, I would leave it at that, and I would recommend, if I may, to the acting chair that we could take a minute to recuse, to recess if commissioners wanted some further advice with regards to that particular provision.
Let Commissioner Camargo finish up. Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, so thank you, General Counsel. I appreciate that. So let me just bring us back to July 17th, 2019. So this was obviously in the beginning, but there was a somewhat of a similar situation, maybe not as similar, but there was a situation with a license that was sent back for remediation or remand. So I guess for me, and I think I've asked enough questions, I get it. I'm very unclear, and I don't feel like I have all the information yet to vote on this license. And I would send this back to our team and to our staff so that we can look at things together, parallel, and really understand where we're at and have some clarity on this to make sure that all parties are okay. At the end of the day, we have a licensee somewhere who is sort of in limbo today. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner, before I invite Commissioner Roy to ask a question, the example or the case you used with respect to the July 7th, 2019 license that was remanded, do you have any more details on that motion or why it was remanded, or even perhaps staff might be able to point that out?
Actually, Mr. Potman is all part of this here. It was a license with Cureleaf. Back when staff recommended approve of change of control subject to conditions, so it's all here. But if anybody wants to go back and look at it, you know, it's sort of a similar situation. I guess for me, it's just very unclear. There's a lot of unanswered questions. Christine, our general counsel, you spoke a little bit to it right now. So for me, I think that we need to either take a recess or look at this, but I know Commissioner Roy also has some questions, so I'm just gonna turn back the floor.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I guess I have a statement observation, and it's going to echo Commissioner Camargo. I think obviously at the end of the day, we're all striving for full transparency, all of us. And if we remand this, at the end, also we have to be mindful that we have an outdoor cultivator. We only have 16 in Massachusetts. This would make, so we don't have many, and they are considered a complete application. But we want to be fully transparent as well. So if we remand this back to the commission, when can we reasonably expect to have information around change of ownership so we are able, as Commissioner Camargo said, to have both of these things parallel to vote on, mindful that we have a complete application before us? Thank you. Whoever wants to take that.
Commissioner Roy, if there's nobody else, I will definitely provide you an answer on that the best I can anyways. So the change of ownership, as was alluded to, is with staff, it's undergoing a due diligence review. Essentially, a due diligence review is objective fact gathering, where staff are in the process of that, like we do with every change of ownership. I don't think staff are in a position to give an estimated time frame because that process has to play out in a very neutral and objective way. So we will do the fact gathering and see where it leads us. But to be able to give you kind of a date would probably do some harm to the integrity of the processes that we've established.
Commissioner Roy, do you have anything else?
No, I think that satisfies my question. Obviously this wouldn't drag on for, ever and ever, because, that's, the commission has to do its process and we don't want to taint that. So I want to be very mindful and respectful of that. And that's all. There's a complete license before us. We just want to make sure we get this right at the end of the day as commissioners, and be fully transparent. So thank you all for indulging my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, you had your hand up.
I did. I just had hopefully a straightforward question for transparency's sake and for the sake of our work here and clarification for the public as well. Are we able to state for the record that our current chair, Shannon O'Brien, is not an owner and does not have a financial interest in this entity? Are we able to provide that?
So speaking to that question, because the change of ownership is still in the fact gathering stage, the due diligence review stage, I'm not in a position to answer that question. The only thing I can do is based on the license record in our licensing system, she is not listed as a person with direct and indirect control as of today. That is the best answer I can provide to that question.
Okay. Commissioner Concepcion, anything else?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, you raised the question or mentioned the interest of perhaps having or I think the GC did, my apologies. The GC, happy to make herself available if anybody had any questions that she could answer for an individual commissioner that we would probably do offline and take a brief recess. Is that of any interest to any of my colleagues? Commissioner Roy?
I just have one final question for, I guess, Councilor Lopez. If we as a body vote to remand this, can we state why we are remanding it? We are seeking further information around change of ownership.
I think I'll let Enforcement Council answer, but I think we would need to do that. We'd have to have specific instructions, just as we would need to have any specific details around any vote ever on any license to deny a license. But Councilor Lopez, you can tell me whether I was right or wrong.
Absolutely. So my understanding is that there would have to be an articulation of that, but I do defer to General Counsel on this because she is the appropriate counselor with respect to that issue.
Thank you, Enforcement Counsel Lopez. So yes, the recommendation would be, Acting Chair, that you work with the Executive Director to bring a motion that would specify the grounds for the remand. And if the commission would like to identify specific steps that staff would take, that should also be incorporated into that motion. My understanding is that I've worked with the Executive Director on some proposed language for a motion. If it's helpful, we could work with, we could share that with you.
Did I see somebody else have their hand up, or maybe I didn't?
I think I waved a little bit. I'm just curious, Commissioner Stebbins. I wanted to hear if you had any, questions or thoughts about, this process and the license itself.
Yeah, thank you. I'll compliment my four colleagues. You raised a lot of the questions and answered, I think, asked what I think are the most pertinent questions to this discussion on this license today. Again, I'm mindful of the fact that we're really reviewing what is in front of us right now, which is, according to Licensing and Enforcement Council, is a license application, a final license application that has met all of our regulatory requirements. So that's kind of where I feel at this point. And again, and it's certainly, again, appreciate the questions that my colleagues have had, because I think they're certainly pertinent to the conversation. I would suggest, again, let me ask again, is there any commissioner that feels they would like to have a conversation with our GC in which we could take a brief recess, if that is something that anybody would deem appropriate or would require? We can do that. Commissioner Roy?
If it's okay with my colleagues, I'd like to see that motion language.
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay with that?
Yes.
I agree, Commissioner. I agree.
Yep.
Okay. I've been shared a draft motion which would move to remand the application for final license for Greenfield Greenery MC 283117 to the Commission's investigation and enforcement staff for further evaluation and consideration relative to ownership and control as defined in 935 CMR 500.002 in order to ensure compliance with Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, 5B2, and 935 CMR 500.103, 2, and 500.104B. I know if I asked you all to spit that back at me, you would have no problem doing that.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you want to ask us, or do you want us to sort of react?
I mean, that's a draft motion. I would invite your reaction first
I would like to
before
make
we
it. Let's
before
make
we
the
entertain a motion.
I think it's clear that this needs some more work. I mean, from this conversation, we need more information. And maybe I'll speak for myself. I'm not in a position right now, based off of this conversation, to move this application along without first remanding it and getting some more information. If everyone is okay with that, I would like to make that motion.
Okay. Can I ask you if and again, I apologize that I'm reading this, that the directions that come with any vote to remand the application, are we covering all the bases of interest to the commission? Is there anything that outside of the language that I've shared with you would be of interest to commissioners, or is the interest as it is prepared now is okay with everyone?
I think that's okay. I think what I was thinking, like remanding it to investigations and enforcement staff for an evaluation of ownership and control. And like that, I feel like what you said covers that as well. I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy, you were saying to repeat that. Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind repeating?
If you don't mind, could you repeat that, the language again on that condition?
Sure.
Thank you.
This is a move to remand the application for final license for Greenfield Greenery, MC 283117, and this is probably the most pertinent language, is to the Commission's investigation and enforcement staff for further evaluation and consideration relative to ownership and control as defined, and then obviously there are the statutory and regulatory acknowledgements. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you. General Counsel, does that language assume that they come back together?
Yeah, it's a good question, Commissioner. I think that if there is still, say, licensing staff is prepared to come back at the next public meeting, and there is still a application for change of ownership and control under review, I would support staff in asserting the confidentiality of that investigation until they can complete their process. So I don't, so I think it encompasses that, but that the staff would still have the option of saying we're still in process on that. Essentially doing what they're doing at this meeting today.
Commissioner Roy.
So I have a question. If this rolls into February, we would vote on a renewal?
So I guess I'll take that from the licensing perspective, Commissioner. That really does depend on the licensee for submitting a renewal application in a timely manner.
Okay.
And my understanding, I don't have the exact expiration date at this time, but following the fact that it originally was issued February 11th of 2021, renewed on February 10th of 2022, I think it's fair to assume that the license is due to expire probably around the same time, February 2023. But again, that does depend on the submission of a renewal application by the licensee.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or thoughts? Commissioner Concepcion.
I'm thinking it through. I see our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement on my screen, so I'm wondering if he had anything to add as well, just because this is his department. So if it's okay, I would like to see if he had anything that he wanted to add to this conversation.
Sure. Chief Chibi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I don't really have anything to add other than this. I know that Commissioner Roy was and the Commissioners, you guys were asking, would in terms of after any due diligence review, with the application as well, the application for licensure, which is before you today, as well as any kind of consideration in terms of change of ownership review will come before the commission at the same time. I believe it was kind of answered, but I just want to make sure that there's different tracks with the change of ownership that could occur. So there'll be no way in the world that we could predict that. So I just want to make sure that the commissioners, I want to make sure we're transparent about that. Like we're only speaking about what we understand right now in terms of the record. We're not making any opinion. We're not stating what any speculative facts. That's unfair in terms of process for everyone involved. So I hope I get the sense that the commission appreciates that. So I just want to make sure that we have that understanding in terms of whether or not these two pieces will come before you at the same time.
I had another question.
Sure.
Thank you. I had another question because Chief, you hit on something I don't think is necessarily clear to the public. And we know and we understand that these two processes, final licensure, provisional license, that is a separate process than the change of ownership. I was wondering if this might be a good opportunity to explain that process and the fact that they are two sort of separately moving vehicles that happen and occur throughout, our processes here at the Cannabis Control Commission.
I think that, as Director Poffin had stated, is that in terms of process, and Director Poffin always changes, he lives with this every day, but the change of ownership application would be filed, if you would, through our mass CIP system and our licensing team would process it. They do conduct a due diligence review. Pursuant to that review, different things can happen. I don't want to speculate before the commission what those things are. I think it'd be unfair to parties involved as we're speaking about the specific issues. But the fact that there could be a due diligence review where different things can happen, it makes it unpredictable in terms of what would come before the commission. Meanwhile, what you have had before you today is what which Director Poffin is trying to say, is that there are certain things that licensing must be in compliance with in terms for licensure, and they have met all those requirements, and that's completely different. And I think that Director Poffin can reiterate that again. He certainly could say it better than me, but I just want to make sure that we don't conflate. And I'm sorry.
Does that usually occur at the same time? If someone is applying both for a final license and for a change of ownership, is that a common occurrence?
I'll let Director Poffin answer that particular question.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. So our change of ownership process, as outlined in 500-104 of the Commission's regulations, envision that a licensee, once provisionally licensed, at any time of them being licensed and actively licensed, can apply and seek approval from the commission to change and add individuals and entities with certain amounts of ownership or certain control elements to their positions or to their business organization. It has happened where a licensee, just speaking generally, changes of ownership have happened for a licensee that's in a provisional license state that hasn't reached final licensure. It's happened where, in a case like this, where a change of ownership might be happening along a separate but along the same temporal track as them being considered for final licensure. And it can happen once they commence operations and after their final licensure. Its changes of ownerships have been submitted by licensees at various different stages of licensure.
But so the change of ownership is a proactive application that happens separate from a final and provisional license. So if someone were to change ownership, they cannot do so by changing a provisional. They have to go through a change of ownership process here.
That's correct. Once the commission approves the licensee for a provisional licensure, that is where our process has been interpreted that the change of ownership requirements under 500-104 are triggered, where if they are adding individuals or entities in certain with certain qualifications or certain ownership stake, they have to submit an application for a change of ownership and seek approval.
And did that happen here?
So we currently have a change of ownership application that is currently under review, under a due diligence review.
Okay, thank you.
Just to, if I might, just to pick up on that, Director Poppin. So we had a number of changes of ownership before us today, obviously all filed by folks at various stages of licensing, not necessarily tied to their approval today for a provisional license or a final license or any of our renewals, correct? They're not, what I'm saying is they're not tied together, I think is the point you were trying to make.
Yeah, and just to think about that for a second, Commissioner, and I think what Chief GB tried to reiterate, and I think I've tried to state this as well, is that our licensees are required to submit that change of ownership once they are provisionally licensed. It has never been tied to the next stage of licensure or having to be done at a certain stage of licensure. Just after they have to seek that approval once they are licensed. And those two things, if they're moving through the licensure process from provisional to final to commence operations, that is a completely distinct and separate process than a change of ownership.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, Kyle, if you can, when was this change of ownership? When did it go into play? What we're talking about?
So I can confirm the date that we received the change of ownership application through our licensing at cccmass.com email. That was on May 22nd, 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Poppin. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just thought. So Kyle, so that was submitted May 22nd of this year. By who?
By a representative, to the best of my knowledge, by a representative of the licensee.
The licensee. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for all these questions and all your expertise on this stuff. Thank you.
Thanks to our entire team. I greatly appreciate it. We had been considering draft motion language. I guess one thing that concerns me is that the remand is there's no trigger point. I guess there's no time associated with it. If we are remanding it for further evaluation and consideration, I'd want to be clear that staff could bring this back to us without disturbing the due diligence that they need to go through with the separate application for change in ownership. So I'm mindful that I'm trying to understand what that triggering language to everybody's thoughts, like what would prompt somebody to bring it back? If we are tying it to a separate application and due diligence review, then I think there needs to be some acknowledgement of that. But at the same time, I'm not trying to necessarily speed up one. I want to give our licensing and investigation staff the opportunity to go through the due diligence thoughtfully that they need to do on the change of ownership application. General Counsel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Well, one of the things that I would encourage the Commission to understand is that I think to the extent that it's being remanded to staff, that it return to the Commission at some future point through our regular process, which is in consultation with the Executive Director. Okay, so just one, making it clear we should move it into as best we can our regular process, our established process. The second thing that I would, I did speak to this, but the motion includes basically the change of ownership and control process, but I wanted to be very clear that I think staff would still have the ability to assert if it was coming back on other matters, that if their review of the change of ownership and control application was still in process, that is considered to be confidential under our regs. and they would not be reporting on the substance of that review. They could, for example, report on, the process of that review, that, that process has, moved to a certain stage, that kind of thing, but they should have some protection as to the substance of that particular process. So I don't think the motion language as drafted prevents that from happening, but you could always add some language to the motion to make that abundantly clear.
Yeah. Thanks for that clarification. Commissioner Concepcion, I think I saw your hand first.
So I had a question about maybe I'm trying to think of who to direct this to, but any of the lawyers who are on the screen now, talking now, why avoid having them coupled together, both the final licensure and the change of ownership? What's the impact of that?
Can I take a first shot at that, and then I would defer to either Enforcement Counsel or Director of Licensing?
Go ahead, General Counsel.
So they're treated, Commission, just the Commission adopted regulations that identify those as separate processes that are.
Myself first. I don't want you to go down a line that is not.
Okay.
I understand they're two different things. What I'm saying now is that I understand that there's information connected to one that can be implicated by the other process. And I'm wondering if we might avoid the conflict and the need to kind of talk in a coded language and not go into one process because we're separating the two. If we can join them, not join the different processes, but have them both on the agenda so that we can have a conversation about it in a way that's not so confusing.
Can I add to that in support of what
Roy?
you're saying? I want to be in support of Commissioner Concepcion. Do we have the ability as commissioners to add language to the motion that says upon completion of the remand and completion of the change of ownership, the commission shall consider both together at the same meeting? Do we have the ability as commissioners to add language as such to the motion? Is that what you're kind of saying, Commissioner Concepcion?
It is. It's like, why not make that the trigger?
Do we have the right as commissioners to add that language in the motion for the remand?
Yes, we do.
I'll let General Counsel answer, and then I'll offer a comment. General Counsel or Director Potvin, or who would like to respond to that, if you wish.
Yes, sure. So, I think the question you're saying is, does the commission have the authority to do so? It can certainly craft a motion and support a motion in that regard. I think that there's considerations, both in terms of, I think that there's interests, there's basically sort of this considerations of the staff being able to conduct those processes separately, and in the time that they need to complete their review. And there's also considerations of a licensee having submitted an application and that application being ready for the commission's consideration. So it's, basically in pushing them together or merging them together, that has implications in terms of timing, that, for example, if there needs to be a delay due to in further acting on the application for final licensure due to the application for ownership and control not being completed, that creates some delay that is above and beyond what's regular in the process of considering the final license application. So in other words, you're kind of putting, one of the reasons why they're on separate tracks is because they are separate processes. And so there's an impact on both processes by trying to merge them together in terms of the timing. So.
Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just feel like respectfully, this is not a normal situation. So to say that that's not what we normally do, I would hope that we don't have a situation like this again. But what we're saying is the remand is directly related to an evaluation of the ownership That's what the remand is about. That was a statement. I guess I get respectfully, I understand what you're saying, our general counsel, I understand that. I also understand what our authority is as commissioners and the ability that we have right now and the way that we evaluate these applications and the way that we make decisions here during our public meetings. And I know that we do have the ability to do, if we need that time, I think, and you guys can add to this if you would like to, we have that authority to remand and get the information that we need in order to make a really a decision that's based off of all the facts and an information that's available to us.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. I felt like I was trapped. I thought you couldn't see me waving my hand.
Yeah, I can see everybody, I think.
Okay. To Commissioner Concepcion's point, and to I think Commissioner Roy, your sort of added language. General Counsel, I think, and you said a lot, but at the end of the day, I think what Commissioner Concepcion just said, it is our authority. We can ask for both at the same time. So I want to just be very clear of that. We can, right? Okay, I see you nodding your head. Thank you. So Commissioner Concepcion, I know you had wanted to, I believe, sort of move on or make the motion, but I guess I just want to say this I think for me, I think we remanded, and I think for me to be comfortable in making a final decision, I would like to see both, and we do have the right to see both at the same time.
I should clarify. My question was not if we had the right. My question was about the detriment, like what sort of, and I think you answered that to a certain extent, Christine. I was trying to figure out what are some of the implications that we may not be aware of or may not see right now,
right?
In terms of doing that.
This is one of those, if I may, Chair. This is one of those situations where I have to exercise some care in terms of how I describe the concerns that would flow from that. So I don't want to do that in the context of a public meeting because I think it puts the commission at risk. I think the commission gets my essential point is that keeping the processes separate has a certain rationale to it in terms of timing and in terms of a regular license application and in terms of the ability of the staff to complete its review of a pending application in the regular course. Again, if the chair would like to recess and I could speak to an individual commissioner or commissioners about some of those concerns, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, General Counsel. I'll come back to you in a second to follow up on that offer of yours, but I did see that the executive director had his hand up and I want to recognize him.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and commissioners as well. And I think Commissioner Concepcion, this might be in response to the discussion and some of the observations that you've identified. I guess I'll offer my own 2 cents, which is that perhaps in remanding it, those two issues organically get merged anyway. The one caution I would offer as far as merging the two applications themselves is that as we know, applications, particularly as it pertains to changes of ownership, or they evolve, they have the ability to evolve based upon our due diligence review. So for instance, if an individual is attempting to come into a license, we conduct an evaluation on the suitability of that particular individual. And so I guess it's, again, I'm not disputing the ability of the commission to do that. It may be that these two things, when they, in a remand context, by remanding the final license, you're asking us to evaluate the ownership of that license today as it exists today, and knowing that a change of ownership is a prospective future action, that is a blessing from the commission to make such a change. So I think they're really perhaps two separate questions that are being asked of the staff. Again, it might be that they are returning to the commission with a comprehensive approach and solution to them, but I wouldn't want to preclude our ability to also manage them in separate tracks. So I don't want to confuse matters more. I really believe that I may have just in fact done that, but I hope that's an articulate way of describing the difference of how this may be approached in a further evaluation or review.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So I'm confused. I think we're conflating the issue. I don't think we're asking you to merge the two documents. We're not asking that. We're asking to bring them back before us on the same agenda. We're not asking to merge tracks or merge processes. We're asking we're having a hard time on this final license because we don't have all the information. So if you bring it back before us without the other piece of information, we're still going to have a hard time on this final license. So we don't want to merge. We just want both sets of information to go its normal process, but to bring them back in front of our consideration on the same agenda, because how can we have a different result if we're going to bring back a final license? We don't have the other piece of information. So I don't mean to speak on behalf of all my fellow commissioners, but I feel that's what we're trying to say.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Camargo, did you want to add anything?
Commissioner Roy, thank you.
I want to add something to that, just because that's why we have such an awkward conversation today, is because we cannot have a full conversation. And that is exactly, thank you so much, Commissioner Roy. Exactly.
I want to return to the General Counsel for a moment. General Counsel, is there any interest on your part that there's information you need to share during any type of brief recess with any commissioner prior to us moving forward on this?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's some value to me talking to commissioners. Perhaps if I could talk to two commissioners together and the other two commissioners together, then I can provide a fuller view. I'm also happy to have Enforcement Counsel Lopez in those conversations if she wants to join me.
Okay, I would recommend that. I would ask the commission if they would be willing to take a half-hour recess so that General Counsel can consult with commissioners, obviously, and no more than groups of two. And do I have a motion for a half-hour recess so that we can allow the General Counsel that opportunity?
Are you guys asking us or telling us this right now?
I think the General Counsel would like to make herself available to raise some concerns or make any comments that she'd wish with commissioners, again, as our counsel, as the Commissioners' Counsel, and do that during a brief recess. Is there a motion to recess for 30 minutes? The Executive Director.
I just wanted to clarify, I actually really appreciated Commissioner Roy's context. That was helpful for me. So I understand the question that is being posed. And therefore, I guess the motion that would be reflective of that.
Thank you for saying that, Sean, because I feel like we're all somewhat on the same page, but I understand also in respect to General Counsel, I understand what the situation is here, but I think as commissioners, we have the authority right now to sort of put a motion on the table to remand this. But I also want to respect our General Counsel, and I'm happy to do that, but I also just want to make it clear that we do have the authority as commissioners to do as we sort of think we need to do, and what Commissioner Roy said. So
yeah, I mean, absolutely, and I feel as if the commissioners feel as if they have adequate information to do so. The chair asked if there was information that I am able and would like to share to say that, which is what I did. What if commissioners don't want to feel as though they have enough information to act at this point in time? Of course, you have the authority to go forward.
And General Counsel, I just want to thank you, because I know that we're in a situation, right? So we're trying to make sure that we have everything we need, and you've done your job, you've done your due diligence behind the scenes here in public meeting, and I really appreciate it. This is the law. There's a lot of code, there's a lot of regs, there's two sets of ethics here, so I get it and I appreciate you for it. So I think that we also have somewhat of a clear path right now as well. So.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Obviously, I've shared with you some draft language for a motion. I'm happy to repeat it. If anybody wishes to amend it, you're welcome to do that.
Okay.
Again, the language is move to remand the application for final license for Greenfield Greenery MC 283117 to the Commission's investigations and enforcement staff for further evaluation and consideration relative to ownership and control as defined in 935 CMR 500.002 in order to ensure compliance with General Law Chapter 94G, 5B2, and 935 CMR 500.1032 and 500.104B.
I have a question.
Commissioner Roy.
I'm hoping we can wordsmith the extra languages like a group. It's not always pretty, but we've done it before. But Mr. Executive Director, are we to assume that upon completion of remand that the change of ownership will be completed, because that's what the remand is about, the change of ownership? So is one to assume that in order for you to give us the full information, you will wait for the complete change of ownership to be able to give us the full information we're seeking in the remand?
I want to make sure I'm following correctly and accurately. When you say upon completion of the remand, not the vote today, but instead the evaluation itself.
Okay, yes, upon the completion of the evaluation, is it safe to conclude that you will wait for the change of ownership in order to have the full, your full information to provide us as commissioners?
And perhaps this might be the way to phrase it. And I'm thinking out loud, so bear with me, which is perhaps dangerous. It might be worth acknowledging that returning with a as necessary, a final license and or change of ownership, because I think, again, to be honest, there's not, the due diligence review process does not dictate that a change of ownership would in fact return to the commission for a vote itself. That's going to be based on the circumstances of that particular application. There's always the opportunity that a licensee may withdraw an application through this process. And so obviously I wouldn't want to prohibit or hinder their ability to pursue licensure. So it might be adding a caveat that as is necessary or as may be necessary. Again, that might be that ability to, where appropriate, I hate to use the word merge, but kind of combine those two in a coordinated way. I think Commissioner Roy, to your point, so that the commission's presented a full set of facts at a simultaneous time, if it's necessary. Because if a change of ownership application is necessary for the commission's consideration, it too should appear in the same agenda, to your point, as the final license. But there might also be a circumstance that the change of ownership, any change of ownership, may not be accompanied by the final license. But obviously that would still provide you with the full set of facts in order to make a fulsome decision. Did I confuse matters more?
No, you're kind of just saying that you're not tying them together, but you're putting them together throughout the process. So I understand that it's pretty clear.
So kind of, if I can paraphrase what you just said, Mr. Executive Director, if there is the opportunity that both final license review and vote and the completion of due diligence on the ownership application happen to be available to come back at the same time, that you would do that.
That is correct.
I shared some draft motion. Is there any wordsmithing beyond the draft motion that we want to make sure we include?
I think we got it all, or are you asking Commissioner Stebbins if someone's going to send you something?
I'm going off the language I got so far. Let me see if I have any update to that.
Take your time.
Bear with me.
Yeah, take your time. I just didn't know what you were saying. Sorry.
Commissioner Concepcion, you want to add something in the interim? You're You're
Well,
praying or want to say
no,
something else?
I'm thinking, I know you can see me thinking, I'm thinking about our general counsel. I'm thinking about Christine right now because I feel like I want to add like where my mind was when you were asking about if we wanted to have a conversation. And so what I'm envisioning is that we have this motion, we, do the remand, and I know that we'll have an opportunity in the interim to have those conversations. If you want to do one-on-ones or two, with you, I feel like that would give us more time. So I just wanted to explain that. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't say that out loud. I'm not like ignoring you, and I know that we need to have those really in-depth conversations with you throughout this process.
Yeah. No, I mean, just to be clear, it's not about me. It's about the commission and the commission's consideration and vote on this licensee. So I'm happy to provide the advice I can outside of the context of the public meeting. No offense taken. If you feel like you have what you need, again, it's not about me. It's about the commission and its ability to deliberate and vote on the matter.
Thank you, Christine.
But could I propose some language at the end, if everybody's okay with that? Upon completion of the remand evaluation, the commission, if necessary, shall review in the same meeting both applications.
Any executive director?
Similarly, I guess, kind of building off of Commissioner Roy's language, then obviously the utility of doing this live is not lost on me. Upon completion of such a review and consideration, this is kind of the tail end of that motion that Commissioner Stebbins, you had read. So upon completion of such a review and consideration, the commission staff shall return to the commission with a recommendation relative to final license and or application for change of ownership and control as may be necessary or appropriate. And I guess I want to be respectful of the desire to have it at the same meeting, but I think that I don't want to assume that's implied, but I imply it in my intent here, and obviously the minutes would reflect that as well. So, and obviously I want to make sure I'm mindful of the myriad of lawyers you have at your disposal too, especially those folks that live this too. And I'm specifically seeking and looking to our chief of investigations and enforcement counsel and general counsel. So,
Sean, thank you. That was very clear. Stop while you're ahead.
I sell past yes pretty regularly. So
there you go.
That was awesome, Sean. Thank you.
I also appreciate that language. I appreciate the flexibility in that language. I have to share with my colleagues, I do convey a little bit of concern that we're taking somewhat of a unique approach, and that that tracks for different license renewals, different license applications, different license review are on separate tracks for certain reasons. But to the language that was just spelled out, if there is some flexibility in there, I'm okay with the motion as written. All right, I have a new draft in front of me, which I can share. Commissioners, move to remand the application for final license for Greenfield Greenery MC 283117 to the Commission's investigation enforcement staff for further evaluation and consideration relative to ownership and control as defined in 935 CMR 500.002. And in order to ensure compliance with General Law Chapter 94G 5B2 and 935 CMR .1032 and 500.104B, upon completion of such review and consideration, the Commission staff shall return to the Commission with a recommendation relative to final license and or application for change of ownership and control as may be necessary or appropriate. Do I have that? Anybody wish to make that motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any other further comments, thoughts, questions? Commissioner
I
Concepcion.
want to say thank you. I know, Kyle, we lean on you. We lean on you every month. And I know, I'm like, Kyle, I'm looking at, I'm giving ear hugs to you, Kyle, Rebecca, Yao, Christine. I know that this has been a intense, there's a lot of information here. There's a lot to unpack. There's a lot that can and cannot be, like, I appreciate you guys, and I know that you work so hard. So I just wanted to take a moment because, hats off. You guys are the bomb. Thank you.
Yeah, I echo that. Many thanks to all of you. Appreciate everything that you do. And this was a unique situation, and we're all very mindful of that. So thank you very much for everything.
I'll make my comment after I vote.
Okay. All right. Anything else besides air hugs? Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. The motion is adopted. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, obviously, with the chair recusing or abstaining from this vote. Commissioner Camargo, you wanted to say something to wrap this up?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to wait to the vote, but I just want to say thank you to echo my commissioners. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the team. But thank you for everybody who's putting in work into this. This is, you all talk about the commission, before sort of building the truck while you're going to the fire. And I think as new cohort of commissioners and with the new chair, there's also a sense of that. So I think a lot of these things, I'm glad that we had this conversation in public, that we asked the questions that we asked, because at the end of the day, we're public servants and we have a duty to ask the questions, to ask the hard questions, to understand this process. And I know that we want to get people through the final licenses. Trust me, all these folks who are waiting right now for their final licenses are probably, exhausted as well. So I just want to say that and thank you for everything. And Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for stepping up to chair this process as well. So thank you.
I'm so lucky. Thank you for staff's indulgence, my colleagues. So the record show the motion again was approved 4 in favor. Chair O'Brien was off camera and did not participate in the discussion or vote. And I will welcome back the chair for the last item under final license considerations. Thanks, everyone.
Can we take a 2-minute break?
Why don't I'll entertain a motion to take a 10-minute break if that's more helpful. Commissioner Camargo, would you like to make a motion?
So moved.
Would you like to second that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
And I'll take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion? Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:23.
Testing?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Hi, Chair.
Hello. All right. Let's see if we have a quorum here. Okay, are we, wait till Commissioner Concepcion is on. Thank you. For the next motion, Commissioner Camargo is recusing herself. Commissioner, please shut off your camera. Okay. Let's see. I now seek a motion to approve the recommendation for final license, specifically item number 13 on the agenda, verdant reparative retail license, subject to the conditions imposed by any commissioner. Are there any commissioners? Are there any conditions being imposed right now? If not, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes yes. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 4 in favor and that Commissioner Camargo was off camera and did not participate in the discussion or vote. Welcome back, Commissioner Camargo. Okay. Now we will turn to staff recommendations on license renewals, which will be voted in 2 groups: adult use and medical use. I understand Commissioner Stebbins has some comments to make, as well as a condition for 1 renewal application.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll be quick. I know we've all had a long day. I just want to say it was a good set of renewals to go through. I'm encouraged to see renewal licensees adjusting their diversity and positive impact plans to meet any challenges that they come across. M3 Ventures, Pharmacanis among those who are reaching their hiring goals from disproportionately impacted communities. Again, some great work all around. Theory Wellness, supporting an EESEP applicant that opened their doors. Certainly looking forward to see who they will mentor and support next. In the past meetings, I've raised my concerns that licensees were not allowing sufficient time for host communities to respond to the cost impact request in accordance with our regulations. I'm pleased to see that licensees are responding and sending those requests in earlier. There were, however, 2 licensees, Berkshire Roots and Grow Right, that should, in my mind, have allowed more time for their request to be viewed and responded to by their host community. One sent their request for an accounting of their costs, and the following day sent in an attestation that the host community had not responded. So, Chair, to your point earlier about some of these smaller town halls that often are short of resources and manpower, again, encourage our licensees, because we let you know when your renewal is coming up that you can start that process. And again, make every effort to give a host community a reasonable amount of time to reply. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Ms. Defoe, do you have any statements or comments regarding the application renewals?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will seek a motion to approve the recommendation for adult use license renewals, specifically items 1 through 92 on the agenda. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner,
question.
oh, I'm sorry. I went too quickly. I apologize.
No, I was on mute. It's my fault. I'm recusing myself from 78, and it sounds like 78 is in this roster.
Yes, it's through 92. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
So can we do through 77? I have to recuse myself for 78.
Sure, that's fine. So I'll accept a motion to further amend the motion so that we're taking up 1 through, is it 76?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to further amend that motion to?
I only have to recuse myself on 77.
Right, I'm gonna go.
I'm sorry, 78.
78.
78. I'm sorry, 78.
Okay, so we will amend the motion to do all between 1 and 92, except for, which is the number, Commissioner?
I'm recusing myself from number 78 on the roster.
Okay, so we will take a roll call for everything 1 through 92, except when, I just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. Or do I just have to note your, I think I just have to note your.
I have to shut my camera off.
Okay, so then let me do 1 through 92, and we will not take up, we will not take up 78, and then we'll take a separate vote on 78. I apologize, I didn't have that. Does that make sense? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, Madam Chair, I apologize. I did want to offer one condition for this, for an item on this roster, and that's for Liberty Market, MRR 206208. And the proposed condition is within 30 days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners' eligibility to support your activities under licensee's new diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K.
Okay.
My apologies for slipping that
That's
in.
okay. Again, I just want to make sure that I'm again doing this correctly. So I would ask Commissioner Stebbins to perhaps further amend the amendment to vote in favor of these renewals 1 through 92, but excluding number 78 resonate. Does that make sense? So would you like to further amend the motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion to include the condition I've proposed for Liberty Market.
Okay. Okay, but I just want to make sure we're excluding 78 so we can do a separate. I just want to make sure I'm wording this correctly. So I will entertain a further motion to do 1 through 98, exclude 78 with the condition that you have applied. So would you like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner, I'll take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that it is 5 in favor and none opposed. And now we will ask Commissioner Roy to recuse herself and go off camera. Okay, so we will now take up, I'll seek a motion to approve the recommendation of adult use license, a renewal specifically for number 78, Resonate. And is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on that motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 4 in favor and Commissioner Roy abstaining. Executive Director, do you have a comment?
I do not.
Okay.
No, thank
Okay,
you.
sorry, I thought you were. Okay, so the next one, I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewals, specifically items 93 through 105 on the agenda. Commissioner Concepcion, would you make the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I did. Did I call you back? I apologize if I didn't. Sorry, Commissioner Roy.
I have 2 recusals on this too, 102 and 104, please. Thank you.
Right, hold on, 90 through 105. Okay, so Commissioner Roy, why don't you recuse yourself and go off camera? And are there any conditions that the commissioners wish to add here that I may have missed? Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewals, specifically items 93 through 104. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've just got to see where I am here. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting a little confused with all the.
Take your time. It's been a long day.
Yeah. 93 through 105, but excluding 102 and. Oh, no. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up. 93 through. Wait a minute. What am I? She's not voting for 102 and 104.
Yes. So if you want to do it up to, may I suggest up to 101?
Okay. So we will take 93 through 101. I'll entertain a motion for adult use renewals 93 through 101. Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, would you recuse yourself, and we will take, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I'm so confused at this part of the day. So if there's, oh, sorry. So we're seeking a motion. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes yes. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. We will take up 102 and maybe, yeah, we'll take up 102 and 104 separately. Does that make sense? And then we can let Commissioner Roy step off. Okay. So anyway, I will seek a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewal, specifically items 102 and 104. Is there a motion? Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 4 in favor, and Commissioner Roy has recused herself. And then I think we just have one left, 105. Okay, so I will seek a motion. Commissioner Roy, you can return.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Again, I apologize for my confusion here. It's like my eyes are going bug at the end of the day here. I'll seek a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewals, specifically item 105 on the agenda. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes yes. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. I don't know if this is for the executive director or for the secretary, but I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't want my blunder.
I think we missed 103, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. We'll do that. And again, my apologies. All right. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewal, specifically item 103 on the agenda. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Again, my apologies. Okay, the only item, just so you know, in my notes I have, we're about to take a lunch break. So anyway.
A dinner break, maybe.
I know, and
dinner break.
Cocktails.
Yeah, well, I'm already looking up a place that I texted my husband. I'm already looking for a place that serves M&M martinis tonight. But anyway, I don't know if that's a thing, but it should be tonight. Anyway, the only item on the remaining on the agenda today is a presentation of the Commission's 5th annual activities report, and I will turn it over to the Executive Director. And again, my apologies to Sean and the staff because this is an important report, and I just want to make sure that we get all of the good news out to everybody. So thank you, Mr. Director.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that introduction. This is there is good news in here, certainly, and I'll start by probably explaining why this is before you for your consideration, and perhaps how this comes before you. So this is before you for your consideration is our 5th annual activities report. It is required by statute that we submit it within 90 days of the close of a fiscal year. So this is the 5th time that we've conducted really a comprehensive review and evaluation just like this. The reason it's before you for consideration is ultimately I'm seeking your approval to submit it on behalf of the agency. So just for context, it is required to be submitted to the Governor, Attorney General, State Treasurer, as well as the clerks of the House and Senate, the chairs of the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, and each of the chairs of both House and Senate Ways and Means. It does reflect our collective 5 years worth of work, certainly including the onboarding and offboarding of commissioners, the various rounds of regulations that we have drafted, promulgated, and modified in our history, as well as our continued oversight of both the adult use and medical programs. The document, therefore, is often referenced as a good resource for new employees, certainly for new commissioners, really to acclimate themselves and yourselves to our agency, as well as the various departments that comprise our agency. It's important that we not only appreciate the work that each of our departments do, but also understand their impact on our individual work. In other words, our licensing staff wouldn't really be able to process the myriad of applications that we get without the support of our IT systems. And none of us, of course, would be here without the support of HR and finance, especially. For this year's report, I'm just going to pull out some data for your insight that as I review the 20 or so pages of the document that I think are pertinent, you'll see that we've now matured beyond that startup agency and are starting to become a bit of a bureaucracy. Also, one that I hope Massachusetts is proud of. This is certainly evident in our revenue generation, which you'll see represents $27.2 million in non-tax revenue for fiscal 2022. That's the last fiscal year. Through May of this calendar year, DOR reported a total of $88.3 million in marijuana sales tax and another $137.5 million in marijuana excise tax revenue. Again, that's in the context of fiscal year 2022. This compares to our operating budget, which when combined totals $19.2 million for this fiscal year, fiscal 2023. As for other updates, we note that we're embarking on a regulatory round. We talked a bit about that today, one that you've heard about for a few months now, and we are in the thick of it as we did discuss. That's due, at least in large part, to the passage of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. That new statute, of course, is actually based on our maturing approach to strategic policy engagement, and to be clear, at every level of government. In fact, you'll recall the Commission this past year adopted 3 different policy statements that inform the legislature and the administration with a singular voice of the Commission's priorities. We pride ourselves, too, on being a modern agency. Obviously, that can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. Some data that I think supports my argument on this front is our public engagement, and further, the fact that we have data at all. So from July 2021 through June of 2022, our website, masscannabiscontrol.com, received more than 2.5 million page views and 1.3 million unique visits. I'm sure that I represent some of those clicks, but probably not all of them. Our open data platform received 20,900 page views and 8,800 unique visits in the 6 months of the year that it was accessible. I probably represent a larger percentage of those clicks. Our social media outreach continues to expand as well, with our presence on Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. We also continue to post our meetings after the meetings to YouTube. Other ways we demonstrate our commitment to modern government is through a robust constituent service operation. We get about more than 100 inquiries per day to our main phone line. This does not represent any sampling of other indirect inquiries, so our general mailboxes, emails to commissioners, to me, or other outreach sources. We also undertake efforts to triage throughout the agency to ensure that the right person is available to answer the specific question and assess topics that individuals are in fact calling about, to inform how we may develop new guidance documents, modify our forms or templates, or place materials more prominently on our website. While it might be simple in principle, it's certainly a valuable and hopefully a responsive and meaningful tactic. We also received and processed 189 public records requests, not to mention the requests that aren't necessary based on the materials we proactively publish, such as our applications, our minutes, our executive summaries, and again, other pertinent or generally sought after information. Continued forms of outreach that are embedded in our mission, specifically our obligation and efforts to incorporate those communities and individuals that have been disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs. As you know, a central component of that effort is in fact our social equity program. To be clear, it is far from our only effort. And I'm excited about our specific momentum around equity programming and community outreach, specifically the growth in personnel in that department over this past year. However, for some specific data, cohort 3 of our SEP program accepted 446 participants, of which 65% identify as Black, African American, or of Hispanic and Latino descent. As far as the industry is concerned, we talked a little bit about that today as well. We identify that 1,562 applications have been submitted to our agency. 258 were MTC priority applicants, 115 were economic empowerment applicants, 262 are from SEP participants, 569 applications have been expedited, and 620 did not qualify under those programs or policies and therefore were general applicants. This represents, I think, an interesting balance of applications. To date, 431 entities have commenced their operations for the adult use marketplace, which earlier this year in May surpassed $3 billion in retail sales since sales began in November of 2018. So as adult use markets go, it's fair to say that we now represent a maturing market as compared to national jurisdictions. As for the medical program, 99 vertically integrated licensees have in fact commenced their operations and are serving patients across the Commonwealth in every county across the state, as I mentioned earlier today. Digging further into our data, which may represent forecasting for the future of our work and the evolution perhaps of our marketplace, I want to pause for a moment and call your attention to changes of ownership. Between July of 2021 and July of 2022, we received and processed 143 changes of ownership and control applications involving entities and/or individuals with direct or indirect control. This is now a routine application for our agency in a relatively short period of time and could therefore be a sign of things to come. In fact, this represents a 62.5% increase year over year. The year prior, we saw a 142.4% increase. So clearly the market is evolving and also saturating perhaps to a point where these changes are in fact occurring. And things that we review obviously are the cap limitations as well as suitability. So again, something worth noting and monitoring in the future. So as I noted, these trends are likely to continue given the national landscape that is in fact shifting. Something else that we are proud to participate in is, as it pertains to that national landscape, is our affiliation and leadership within CANRA, the Cannabis Regulators Association. Other national leadership trends that I believe we set, but of course is not limited to, is our commitment to objective and informative research. This year we've produced the last of our required one-time research reports. This one was relative to high THC cannabis and its effects on the human body. You may also recall our recent report utilizing the findings of the International Cannabis Policy Study, ICPS, which is conducted through the University of Waterloo. And lastly, and related to CANRA, Massachusetts hosted the first ever Research Day conference for CANRA states, where we brought together key research stakeholders from across the country and continued connecting policymakers and researchers, which is not often done in a public policy setting. Finally, and I promise this is almost finally, in an area we don't often talk enough about, our agency, of course, is comprised of people, exceptionally talented and dedicated people that chose public service and, more importantly, chose our agency. We continue to benefit from deep and diverse pools of candidates to fill our vacancies and new roles, which is a testament to our work, our culture, and our mission. So as of today, we have 90 employees, of which 65% are female and 35% are persons of color. Our management team is 65% female and 47% persons of color. It's important to me, and I know important to you, that our agency reflects our Commonwealth and our values, and that we do so in a meaningful and empowering way. So in so many ways, based on the information I've just shared with you, I believe our 5th annual activities report satisfies that requirement. and therefore I would seek your approval to submit this report to the legislature and those others that I referenced, and I would do so with pride. Of course, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Would anyone like to comment before I seek a motion? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to compliment the executive director and the team. I know these annual activity reports from both my previous position and in the short time I've been here are a big undertaking, as well as making sure that the report is not only compiled, but submitted to the parties that the executive director outlined, within 90 days of the close of the fiscal year. So it's a lot of work that needs to get done. And obviously the results speak for themselves. I guess my only question real quick is, obviously we have a duty to report it to the folks who are identified in the statute. Does this get shared, Mr. Executive Director, with members of the CAB, other stakeholder groups? I'm assuming it's posted online for people to go in and read as well.
It does, and it will be. And obviously, if there's any advice or folks that that the commissioners or anyone else, frankly, thinks would be relevant or would be insightful to, we'd be open-minded as to who else. But yes, it's intentionally shared with those audiences too. And again, I think with that source of pride, most especially.
Thank you.
Mr. Camargo? Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. ED, I asked this last year when we did it. I know that and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for asking those questions. I know we send this to the committee at the State House. But I think, I don't know how we do this. I don't know if we have a mass email. I said it last year, but I think every elected official should have a copy of this. And I don't know how we do it, but when we're doing our rounds at the State House, sometimes people are disconnected from the Cannabis Control Commission because there's a lot going on, but this is a great report. It has a lot of information, and I know staffers read through this stuff. So I would encourage us to send this to all elected officials. And to Shannon O'Brien's point earlier today, you talked about municipalities, right? This is a good report as well to share with local elected officials and whatnot. So my 2 cents.
Thank you. I will consult with Matt Giancola and Ernesto to see how we can facilitate that. And I think sharing it directly to the MMA is also a wonderful idea. So thank you.
And Sean, you said that last year, so I'm probably looking for the answer from last year too.
I will confirm that we did if that's the case. So
thank you.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm just curious if we did anything about it last year, because if we did, then we got to just do what we did last year. So thank you.
Yeah, the true answer is I don't know. So
that's okay. Thank you.
That's why there'll be a consultation.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really a robust document. I always learn so much when I read it. Thank you so much. You can tell how much work goes in by you and the staff to prepare it. And I echo Commissioner Camargo because it's a helpful document. You have embedded links in there, the open data platform link, the link for guidance documents. So it really is a tool. It's not just a document, it's a tool. So I think it would be great if we were able to circulate that among the State House, and if any municipal elected officials would like it as well. So great job, and thank you all.
Thank you. Unless there are any additional questions or comments, I'd like to seek a motion to approve the annual activities report for submission to the legislative and executive branch officials. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Moving on to any new business non-anticipated at the time of posting. That. Okay, we'll move on to the next meeting date will be Thursday, November 10th, 2020. I don't know if anyone has any questions or concerns, but we will be having a December meeting this year. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners on that issue? Okay.
Nope.
And before we adjourn, I just would like to give my sincere thanks to the commissioners. My apologies for making this day any longer and any more stressful than it has been. But I want to congratulate you because I think that you've taken a very smart, thoughtful path on some controversial issues today. And again, my deep appreciation to you. And my deep appreciation to the executive director, the staff, the council, and the licensing team. Just want to thank everybody for that. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion? A second?
Second. Thank you.
I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I will say aye, and a quick thanks to Eversource for allowing me to rejoin the meeting and share a portion of the of today's meeting. I'm so glad they restored service so quickly.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien votes aye, and let the record reflect that is 5 in favor and 0 opposed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Everyone. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye bye. Thank you, Sean.